it's no, I think it's being downscaled through stream.
Okay.
Like I can check the VOD yesterday.
Okay.
Oh no. What is that? Well, like you see what I see.
Yeah.
It's 1080.
It's fine. It's fine. We're recording at that resolution, right?
Stop pushing.
Are you gonna? Is your music being cut to the ceiling? Okay. I want to get started in like a minute sharp, so.
We're recording it.
Then we're fine.
Yep. I checked my storage.
All right. Stand back. Sorry, we got delayed.
Coming to you live from Boston, Massachusetts. Welcome back to the second day of Boston 3 Parity. I am Fractal 161, the host of this tournament. And we're going to get right into the action. We have the silver finals, an incredible match, some very interesting strategies employed in a ROM hack that really nobody knows how to properly handle yet. So let me introduce the first of our players coming in as our first seed, the only player to get a bye in the round of 7. He is a tapper. I have seen him innovate with like styrofoam and backpacks and all kinds of weaponry to achieve his ends. Please give a warm welcome to Seb. And for our next player, an extremely aggressive player known for pushing down in many situations, creating an overwhelming lead against every opponent he has faced so far. Everyone give it up for Max! That was good. All right, we'll give our players a few minutes to warm up, but before we get started with the match, I suppose we should do a little bit of explaining. First off, I'm joined by the wonderful, the Math Whiz.
Thank you, Fractal. Pleasure to be here and pleasure to witness another part of Tetris history. Thank you so much for organizing this wonderful tournament.
Of course, and I have to thank you. From what I've heard, you've had to spend considerable effort to get here in the first place.
There might have been a few bus delays staying overnight in the station in Newark, but it's fine. I'm warm now. And
how many hours was it at the end of the day?
Like a 10-hour delay.
10-hour delay.
It was fun trying to avoid hypothermia for the night, right? That's the effort I'm willing to put to be able to be around such a wonderful community.
Yeah, I'm sure it must have been a very tiring experience.
Yeah, I certainly create some exhaustion, you could say. Wow.
Exhaustion is the name of the format that we're using, and it is a format that I designed. I come up with custom ROM hacks and custom rule sets to be used at my Boston events every single year. This is the third one, and honestly, I think it's the best one yet.
I think you've really cooked with this one. It's interesting to see the balance between rolling and dash that it's had to create, and the silver finals will be a different type of match here since we don't have any rollers involved here, but we'll still get to see a bit of an idea of what that is on hand, and even more so when we get to our gold semis after.
Yeah, and we'll see a difference in playstyles, I think. So there will be immediate effects. People who were parts of last year's events might remember the pages and pages of explanation and that we had to do for that rule sets, and might remember how confusing it feels and how you had to watch a bunch of games for it to make sense. What I like the most about this rule set is that I think it's really simple. Anytime you press left or right, you lose points.
Yeah. It's come from really interesting strategies too. It might be one of the few times in competitive Tetris I've seen people do roll to dash switches.
Roll to dash. Now, why does this matter? Why does the different play styles come into effect here?
Well, the faster the inputs are, the more points you're going to lose. So the longer that you can stick with the less hertz heavy inputs, pure DAS, the less you'll get penalized for points, because if you saw yesterday's matches, you saw cases where players outscored their opponents but got more penalty points and so ended up losing out the game.
Indeed, and to be more specific, if you tap within like a 30 hertz interval of your previous tap, that is minus 500 points, compared to a minus 300 points for 20 hertz tap and minus 100 points for any other inputs. But the bigger thing is that if you're playing DAS, you're just holding the button. You're not really pressing left or right, and you're not doing it in a way that like moves the piece. So DAS players actually don't lose any points.
Yeah, and you might think that, oh, well, once you get to 29, though, it'll still end up working out to the benefit of the roller. But again, if you saw some of yesterday's matches, there were players who were losing points throughout 29, just because if you're not being efficient with your play, if you're having to dig through a lot of it, then it just ends up being a downhill slide for you.
Indeed. This ROM hack is extremely tough. It is way harder than even I had anticipated for it, and I was already thinking through a lot of the ramifications. But our players have experience with it now, and they have game plans, so let's go ahead and let's say, do you guys feel ready to get started?
I'm ready with it.
All right, go ahead. Now, we will need a judge, and we are joined by Morlando. Everyone say hi, Morlando.
Hi, Morlando.
You didn't say hi, Morlando.
No, I did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. My apologies. All right, so he is going to give both of our players a random seed. And then once both of them have signaled that they are ready, we are going to count them down. So you have to
12, 15, 18.
Huh?
12, 15, 18.
Yes. All right, and in the silver brackets, we have had people giving people the choice to pick what level they have started with, 12, 15, and 18. Looks like they want to go 18 all the way, though. That is nice. All right, both players are ready. We're going to count them down. Let's make it nice and long in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris. So immediately both players are tied with negative 100 points. And it looks like Max is going to lose a few more and is almost slipped back to the negatives. Got down to 60 points. Is now managed to clear a few more lines. Meanwhile, Seb is still yet to get his first Tetris.
Absolutely. All right, so far so good for our players here. I will say it is quite the surreal experience to see these two playing in person. From my personal experience here, I've gotten to already see plenty of gameplay through them through the loveliness of TMP, which for our audience both at home and in person, if you're not familiar with it, that's Tetris for the non-pros, a place for sub-max outers and people who want to start out their Tetris journey to play on. And I'm very proud of it, so I do want to give it the proper shout out. I know Arbaro would want me to too. It's created some very great players who have moved on from the ranks of Tetris. Actually, 2 of them are here in attendance today, and Cole and Cobra, so shout out to them.
Yeah, incredible. And I'm sure a lot of people know about Tetris for the non-pros through Arbaro's work and through his matcherino donations. Speaking of which, we have a matcherino. It is at $469.20, so like sort of like a sandwich. A meme number sandwich, I suppose.
The old hey now.
And yeah, anything you do goes entirely to the tournaments, to the people playing in this tournaments. And we want to reward them because we've been putting them through a rather tough time.
Absolutely. There's plenty of Tetris regionals throughout the course of a calendar year, but this one is just so unique in what it takes to win it. And I, for one, want to see the support of creative formats like this. So please make sure to give your own contribution here to help out the tournament and its winners.
So if you take a look at the scores, you'll notice an occasional flashes of red. That signifies that the player has pressed the button. They have tapped left or right. You can even see this with DAS. It is a measure of obtaining stability. And every time they do that, they're going to be losing probably about 100 points. We're not going to be seeing extremely fast inputs for this finals because both players are going to try and keep it slow. And that's good for them because the faster inputs are going to cost more points.
Yeah, and even with the minor point losses, it's still pretty decent pace for both players. Right now, they're just separated by a few thousand points, so they're keeping pretty competent 18 here through the first half.
Immediately, I think we've missed a $30 contribution, along with a $20 redeem code. So thank you very much, kind stranger, who I don't know if we have the names up on the matcherino, but it is very much appreciated.
Absolutely. Right now, Seb having to do some burning here. A bit of a drought on both sides for the players, which isn't affecting Seb too much. They had that sequence to set up here. Now does have the center wall Tetris set up. Max also taking some very nice burns to maintain his stack.
Yeah, Max is having a really solid game so far. This is great pace, 69% Tetris rates. I won't say it. And 305,000, 2.04 Tetris lead. Make that 1, make that 2 once again.
Back and forth these two players continue to go here. I can say from watching their gameplay that they are pretty decent when it comes to 18, but the 19 will certainly be an interesting test for the both of them.
And the 19 is scary in more ways than one, because on this ROM it happens earlier than expected. We decided to transition at 100 lines. I wanted to do it just so that games were like a minute faster. But it also serves to like further this ROM hack's goal of like sort of disorienting the players.
Yes.
Right? You have to undo years of, I guess, like mental intuition of like expecting transition to be looking at a certain thing. You have to put more conscious energy into remembering that there are these new mechanics that you have to keep track of, and that's is something that can affect your play. You have to learn how to deal with that. We are less than 10 lines away from this transition.
Both players look like they'll have good stacks to take into it, but here we go. The chaos coming in effect here. As going into the transition, Sebi at around 350,000, Max at just over 400K, so he's got about a 2 Tetris lead here right now. But
and let's take a look at Seb's hands. So that person is tapping. Now tapping on 19 is going to mean that Seb is going to lose a lot more points than what was happening in the earlier stages of the game, where we only saw like occasional flashes of red. Now it is very consistent. However, the trade-off is that even when you are tapping and losing points, you are giving yourself the more opportunity to stay alive.
Yeah, speaking of staying alive, Max's board running into problems, has to find a way to maybe roof burn that setup, looking for the right pieces to do it. Not going to happen, so he tops out at 413. Now, interesting thing that we saw in some of the matches yesterday is even as Seb goes for the chase down score, which is 414, depending on when he makes the inputs for these placements, he can pass it and then jump back down. So he'll want to make sure he's comfortably ahead here, but Seb taking the burns is necessary. He briefly had it ahead, now is ahead again, so he's good to stop here, and he will. And he's got game number 1 on the finals.
And we immediately see something that is definitely just the most like iconic parts of this ROM hack. You can be ahead and then lose the lead.
Also, shout out to the graphics here, showing like the cost graph there.
I'll work on them to make it so that we can look at them a little longer. Huh? Oh, we're going to be randomizing all the seats. So yeah, just go ahead, enter a new one. That's fine. Okay, so we see a bit of glitchiness, Nestor Champs things. I'll be working on that. I'll be working on that after this round. But let's take a look in a few seconds. We're going to take a look at the cost graph. And I think it's really interesting that we can see some pretty consistent tapping from Max all the way throughout. While Seb's graph was more of like a burst towards that later half. And that 100 line mark is where we saw that transition.
Yeah, and I have a feeling we'll see it even more amplified on the gold matches when we get stuff like the 29 stretches and whatnot.
All right, we got both of our players ready, so we'll count them down in 3, 2,
2, 1.
Tetris. I want to take some time to address some comments I found in the chats yesterday, where people were asking why there weren't any refs who could tell people when they were ahead. And first off, we kind of we're a little understaffed, so we didn't have as many refs as we would have wanted to. Second off, it doesn't actually help. In fact, I think it does the opposite. And we saw this in a match yesterday where a player was ahead and was ahead by such a slim margin that he didn't realize it at the time, so wanted to keep playing by himself just to make extra sure. And then it was the crowd telling him that he was ahead and that he should top out immediately, top out right now, that caused him to misdrop and then go behind again, and then he ended up losing as a result of it. So we have to be really careful with what kind of information. We have to make sure I have ultimately decided that it is better for the players to be responsible for their own games. They can look to the side, they can see the other person's score. Just do everything in their power to make sure they don't have to gamble.
Absolutely. Perhaps one of the rare times on the Classic Tetris channel where Mullins aren't punished.
And to be clarified, your score, the only score that counts is the one that you top out with. So even if you're ahead at any point in time, you could lose that and then top out, and then that's the game. We saw it happen yesterday. We might see it happen today. What has been proven over the course of the past day is that chase downs are among the most difficult thing you can do.
Absolutely, but luckily for our players, they don't have much of a chase down to worry about right now because they're off to relatively similar starts here. Seb with the early advantage here, currently at 183, Max at 124, as he has to do a little bit of stabilizing on his stack right now.
Yeah, and we can see, 2.5 Tetris lead. And another thing that we've discovered is that Tetris leads get amplified like more than you'd expect because the amount of points that you're losing tends to like snowball in ways that like seem a bit harsher.
I'm curious, for those who haven't been keeping up with the lead up to this, how did you come about with the idea for the Exhaustion format, Fractal?
I could say it came to me in a dream because I'm pretty sure I just woke up one day, like immediately like sent a text message to Zempro saying, dude, I have the perfect thing, and then I just like, I kind of like Kataro posted for like 10 messages of just like the rawest form of the idea, and then Zempro was like, okay, what does this do? And now we've seen what it does, and I'm more than happy with how it's turned out.
Absolutely. Amazing to see the dream become a reality.
Of course. Now the reality of this situation is that this is a commanding lead for Seb.
Yeah, he hasn't run into too many issues here. Unfortunately, Max cannot say the same, although he's largely gotten his board clean up. Might decide to build one off the bottom, but currently finds himself down by over 100,000.
And one off the bottom, he does, and one off the bottom, he gets a Tetris and the optimal transfer.
If it comes down to these two are both capable of making deep runs through 19, Max's PB, I forget because I feel like it changes every other week, but currently in the mid to high 800K range, and Seb's PB is a level 28 Tetris off a max out right now, so these two certainly have abilities here. Hopefully we'll get to see them on display.
Yeah, they're definitely showing it. I think Max was talking to me yesterday about perhaps getting his first max outs on this ROM, and I think that might be the greatest possible accomplishment of all time if it ever to happen.
That would be quite the experience. I will be curious to see in some of our later matches just how far our players can push some of the scores, because it's interesting to think about what the limitations are with the exhaustion mode.
Yeah, to speak on the subject of limitations, there is a limited amount of time left in level 18. We got 10 lines until transition. And I gotta keep reminding people because it's surprising. It might catch you off guard. We don't guard even as a viewer. And Seb is not in the greatest position at this moment.
Well, if he's not able to find a way out of this, Max might get an opportunity here. Right now, Seb's trying to bring the board down to something survivable into 19. Max's board is basically at the bottom, so he'll be fine as he goes in right around 250. Seb is, for the moment, ahead by 130.
It's like a bar. Oh, and the well's covered, and he's so high up, but it's not free. It is not free. It is not free. It is a chase down, 130,000 points. That is a lot of Tetrises to cover.
First Max.
And for like a primarily DAS playstyle, which I believe Max will be using on level 19, getting those Tetrises requires effort. It requires taking risks. But risks are what he's going to need if he wants to win.
First, just has to focus on getting the board back under control and then seeing what he can set up here.
Yeah. In most Tetris situations, you can play low, line out, go for occasional triples, maybe even a Tetris. That is not the case with Exhaustion. The lead is actually increasing very slow, ever so slightly. Gets a triple, is able to cut into it by like 5,000 points, but is going to need to solve this left first. The only way to win is through Tetrises. But the only way to get Tetrises is to stay alive.
Oh, I had to close off the well there. Still looking for the right timing on these pieces. This is brutal right now, though. Don't know if he can get anything over that left.
It is not going to happen. And even though Seb topped out earlier, his stronger performance on this lower level was able to give him a pretty comfortable cushion. And I think it was made more comfortable by this ROM hack in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, as you noted, it's interesting how this ROM hack basically encourages and rewards aggression, which is fun to see. 'Cause everyone likes just a good all-out 29 Tetris spree. But
Yeah.
Does it matter if the seed is that we choose?
No. Just pick a random. When both players are ready, we'll count them down once again.
Wait, they're not raising
Oh.
already.
All right, Max looking to get on the board with this next game. Has opportunities to do so, and we looks like, again, we'll be level 18. So we're going to count them down in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right, the matcherino is up to $512. A very, very round number, if I say so myself. Both players stacking very similarly, both getting the Tetris as quickly as possible. The lead is trading left and right, and no lines are being cleared.
it is such a surreal sight to see. As our players go through the early sequences, I feel like I wouldn't be doing my math with duty unless I ask the question I always do. So, how's your week going, Fractal?
How's the week? A lot of prep work leading up to this. But it's overall felt less stressful compared to previous years because with every tournament that we do, we gain more experience. We learn like what's important to focus on and what we don't need to focus on. A lot of stuff that I thought had to be done like way in advance were like minor issues. A lot of things I thought in the past were minor issues. I now know to do more in advance.
That is fair. I mean, how many years is this for the Boston T
This is our
Parity?
third.
Third, you know.
The 3 is right there.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that.
No, we should get a tournament with a guy. Let's have him play. He'll get a max out.
We got just about a Tetris lead for Seb.
So far,
On match point here.
pretty clean boards early on. Nothing too much to know as these players just trying to go through the motions, get into a rhythm, figure out what'll work for them.
Some very solid stacking from what I've observed from these past 2 games.
Absolutely. These two are certainly no stranger to high pressure situations.
Yeah. I want to talk a bit more about like Seb's entire setup because I think it's really interesting. He's talked to me during this tournament about how he couldn't bring all the equipment that he wants, so he's had to improvise with just whatever he can find.
Yeah, if you've
So, in case the stream didn't pick that up, his current setup, he is tapping on his chair and is using styrofoam to, I think, stabilize it. And I think Seb's situation is a pretty extreme version of what a lot of people experience when they go to live events for the first time. Everything is very slightly different from the exact same setup that they go home to every day. And that adds up. Do you remember what your first live event was like?
Yes, it's weird thing's been so long ago. It was Hartford back in 2022. I actually got to run into Aaron and Hydrogen Dude back at that. That was years ago, but also Kingsman at the time. But it is quite the experience, and it can be an adjustment. I'm sure you felt some of the high stakes pressure of live events from maybe 1 or 2 CTWCs or not.
Yeah. Common thing is for people to complain about the chairs.
Is it really?
Yeah. If the chair is uncomfortable, if it's too high, too low, especially with rolling, it can have an effect on your posture, an effect on the angles between your hands and the controller. And all that matters because it's it's a pretty complicated physical system.
I never thought about it like that, but that makes sense. The ergonomics of it in a way. But Suppose we'll hold that thought for now as we're on the verge of another 19 transition, and it is another major lead for Sebi, so Max is going to just have to try and do his best to survive through 19 if he wants a chance to begin the process towards that potential reverse sweep. Here we go, final lines before the speed change hits. Both players looking to keep the well open, and maybe one last Tetris if they can find it.
One last Tetris.
Sebi
And Seb finds it, and Max follows, but the difference is 6 Tetrises by this point at level 19. What can you do?
This will be a heck of a fight here, but let's see. It's the all-out push for these players. What do they got left in the tank?
Both players making it out strong out of the gates. Usually, in the previous two, it was one of them who was maybe caught off guard a bit early by the transition, maybe just had the cards fall the wrong way.
Yeah, for the moment, they both have clean boards, both trying to do their best to get to a Tetris setup situation. Max just having to take the burns as needed, keeping the board healthy.
But Sebi gets there first.
And, ooh, Seb was going for the aggro push, ends up having to close off the well. Let's see how he can fix the board here.
Max has an uncomfortable left side too, but Sebi switching to tap and is able to get it clean. And now Max is the one in the situation, and Zeb is clear and is waiting for a Tetris and continues to wait. It's one of those situations that feels like a drought, and the drought counter is happening, and it caps off. And Max is able to take advantage of that as well to stabilize the lead a little bit. It is now back down to 6 Tetrises. And Max is clean, and Seb is not.
This is an opportunity for Max, well, assuming that he'll get the right pieces for it. Even in a format like this, RNG still has its role to play. Indeed.
And it looks like right now it is favoring Max. That's another Tetris. The lead is down to 4.65, 4.64. If Max taps a little more, it could have been 6-7.
Oh, no. And speaking of which, Sebi is having to do a lot more inputs than Max, so over time, that could also give a slight advantage to Max. But Sebi has cleaned up the board now, waiting for the right pieces. Just barely off a Tetris setup, and now holding out the board for a bar, but drought hitting both sides. On Sebi's end, it's over 35 pieces, and it's not going to happen. He tops out.
And then topped up below it.
Yep, so 600 is the target for Max, which is certainly within his capability, but...
About 30 lines to do so for, what, 4 Tetrises at
Look
this
how
point?
long this drought is, though. 49-piece drought, and he will finally find a bar.
Survives it. All right, his Tetris ready, gets 1.
There we go.
All right, we'll need 3 more.
There's
not a lot of time left.
About 20 lines to work with, so he can afford to take some burns here, but he's got to pick and choose his moment.
Yeah, not even the best players in the world, I think, can guarantee this kind of efficiency every single game. And with that missed drop, it's going to be a little harder. And with another drought, 28 pieces
Just the
all
Tetris.
At the end. How is that fair, you might think? But that's just how Tetris is.
He's close, though. He's just outside of a Tetris here.
He got a triple, so he's able to get within a Tetris range. But if he keeps tapping, then he might fall out of it once again. 0.83, 0.8.
He'll have to set up
and the taps begin, and we have to hope that it doesn't go to a Tetris. He's Tetris ready.
Has to go for it.
He could get a bar.
Give him the bar.
We have to wait 14, 15, 16, 17,
no bar.
18, 19.
The bar!
Comes too late.
It doesn't go.
Yes.
He put it all on the line, but Sebi holds on.
And he's done it.
What a fight.
Played very well.
You guys want to do interviews? You guys want to do interviews?
Sure. Sure, why not?
All right. One at a time or both at once?
What?
One at a time or both at once?
Yeah, first.
All right. Actually, Max, let's start with you. Yeah. All right. Max, how's it going?
Good.
Big
You gotta get close, nice and close.
Good.
Max, it is a pleasure to see you in person, by the way. Is this your first time with showing your face on Tetris event?
Yeah, it is.
Man, I've gotten to share many fun moments with you throughout all the restreams that I've gotten to do, but I imagine this is one of them. Is this your first in-person event too?
It is my first in-person.
Good. What was your overall feeling about the experience?
I thought it was fun. Besides that one moment there, it's all right. It happens. I didn't think I'd make it this far anyway, so
Absolutely. And how do you feel about the game mode from your personal experience? Did you like the Exhaustion format?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good for DAS players like me.
You've made a lot of progress, especially as a pure DAS player. Again, I've seen so many of your PB grinds, your ladder league championship, which I have my personal bias, of course. But what is your goals going ahead for the rest of the year in Tetris?
Max out. I mean, that's really it. I just want to max out.
It's a noble goal. It's the first milestone for plenty of great players, and I have a feeling you'll be a great player in time too.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say, Will? Here?
No, that's it.
Well, pleasure again to meet you, Max. Thank you.
All right, everyone, give a big hand for Max. And now I would like to invite up to the stage once again our silver bracket champion, Seb.
Hi. Hi, I'm Seb. I have a PB of 967,000, which was a max out choke, as Mathwas said. I mean, Mathwas was actually restreaming. He was actually commentating the match when I got that PB. So the story of that was I was at 225 lines. I was at like 930 something. So I knew that I had the ability to get, if I got 2 Tetrises, I would max out. I ended up putting a long bar in the wrong spot, and therefore I had to burn a single, and therefore I ended up transitioning with only 1 Tetris, and then I got a single on kill screen, but still I didn't get the max out. So I just want to get a max out, please.
I'm sure that'll be a good goal to have in 2026. Was this your first regional as well?
Yes, this is my first in-person event.
Heck of a debut, getting to be a silver bracket champ. How did you feel about the run?
It seemed pretty good. I mean, I did think, I came into this not sure if I would get into the gold bracket. I ended up barely missing it, but hey, I won silver, so I mean, that's the difference between like, cool, I could get into gold, but then I'd lose in round 1 against someone much better than me, or could barely miss out on gold, but like be a high-level silver player and be able to win. Absolutely.
And how did you feel about the Exhaustion format as well? To you, especially seeing some of the tapping input. So
I think it's pretty good. I was originally a bit scared about it because I wasn't exactly sure how it would work if tapping would be disadvantageous, but since like tapping is like probably like 3 to 5 times less points lost than rolling, I think this is a good format because it still allows tappers to be able to play well and use the playstyle that they like. Yeah.
Absolutely, that's fair. Is there anything else you wanted to say while you're here?
Max played very well. He like the 573, like that is really good. And that definitely would have won him. Definitely would have won had I not gotten like a high 400k into transition, which that was like above 600k pace. That's like really good. So I'm surprised I got that. If I didn't get that, then Max would have won that.
Absolutely, that's completely fair. Well, I'm very impressed by the progress both of you have made. I mean, you both have higher PBs than I did when I got to make it into CTL, and I have a feeling that before the end of the year's out, I wouldn't be surprised if you're also a CTL player as well, so I'm looking forward to it.
My comp play hasn't been too good online recently. So I'm not sure if I'll make it into CTL anytime soon, but hey, I'll try.
Well, I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that both of you are part of the community, both the TMP and just Tetris as a whole. So thank you both for showing up here and making some chaos happen.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. And let's give a hand to all of our silver bracket participants coming out here, trying out this new form of Tetris. I think it was a lot of fun. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll begin with the gold bracket semifinals.
could double stack.
That's not terrible pricing.
No, I'm like when I think about I care about 400.
It's weird with
That
VA.
I think when that knows what I want.
Oh yeah, who wants to do commentary? You too?
Oh, sure. I will. Oh, wait.
Yeah, because when you restream, you got your mic and it's like reverberate. Yeah, this guy's making it sound amazing. It's good emulation. I mean, you stream for like 10 hours, so it's basically just figure out how to stream.
Oh, I get it.
You do.
With your voice in particular, there's a thing about proximity that basically the closer you are to the face of your voice gets, that doesn't fluctuate. Bro, I can charge my phone off of the speaker. You're talking about like water.
No. I'll keep your stream on. And then also when you use your radio, for some reason, whatever mic I use, whenever I restream, I don't think it's needed. People say that there's tons of which I guess is nice. Like I use my external microphone. It's far away from me. That's nice.
Good job, you won the fucking thing. So congratulations.
Yes. Cole was gonna do that. Okay, sure.
Rocco, can you give me a countdown? Kind of before you're like ready to can you cue the commentators, please? Okay, cool.
He did the double little thing.
Okay, whenever you're ready, you start. Start music and I'll do the track.
Back to Boston 3 Parity. We are about to start the first semifinals of the gold brackets. Our first player, he is inevitable. He is one of the best. He got the Tetris crash or whatever, I don't know, and then decided that wasn't enough, and then he wanted to get everything else. And he's really almost there, and that is terrifying. He is Blue Scooty! And Blue Scooty's opponents, our other competitor, She has risen up through the ranks in the recent years. Unparalleled mechanics, flawless execution, immaculate vibes, so much arcane. Give it up for Meme! All right, and now we let our players begin their warm-ups, and we will be switching off to a new set of commentators. So everyone, please give it up for Lucy and Hazel.
Morning, Tetris. How are we doing on this fine Sunday morning? It's the morning somewhere.
It's the morning still, Mr. Morlando.
But wow, what a match. Every time these two players play, it's an absolute stunner. Scooty has definitely the head-to-head advantage in the lifetime record, but I believe Meme has the second most recent meeting in her favor. So it's really anyone's game, and especially with this ROM, anything can happen.
Nobody's really perfected the way this ROM actually plays, so it's going to be really interesting to see with both these players how they're going to maneuver through the way the ROM plays.
Yeah, we're going to see a mix of DAS and roll, probably. So for those of you who are new to the stream, just joining for the start of the gold bracket, the format is every time you lose DAS, so make a left or right tap not into a wall, you lose points. And the faster you tap, the more points you lose. So a lot of our players, especially these two who are very practiced with the DAS playstyle where you just hold a button down, are going to be playing DAS on the earlier levels and then switching over to rolling in order to be able to play harder levels, especially level 29. So we've seen a mix of both DAS and roll on level 19 from various players. Some are more experienced than others, but I think these two have generally been rolling a lot and DASing a little.
Because DAS happens to be the better playstyle on the lower levels because of how less the inputs are, but rolling really shows when you're playing 29.
Yeah, also 19, it's an interesting debate of which one you want to do, because on level 19, DAS can only play around 8 high or so before you start really struggling to get those pieces over, especially to the left side if you want to be Tetris ready. So if there's too long of a time between bars, too much of a drought, then you need to switch over to rolling in order to survive and score with maximum efficiency. So it's a sacrifice of how many points you'll lose by rolling those inputs compared to just DASing them over. But
interesting.
Another thing to look out for is what we saw yesterday with the chase downs on level 29 speeds. It is really difficult to pull off a chase down because if you're just lining out like mostly singles and doubles, the points you lose from rolling the pieces over are canceling out the score you get from lining out. So if you enter level 29 2 Tetrises behind, you can't just dig the whole time and say, oh, the line out points will get you through. You need to score 2 or maybe even 3 Tetrises, depending on how long it takes and how many points you lose. So triple is going to help a little bit, but it's mostly going to be about those Tetrises if one player can take the lead into 29. So we've seen a lot of strong into 29 play be the catalyst for some of these players making it this far. But these two have both shown a lot of strong 29 ability as well.
I think this is going to be a really close match.
I think these are two of the strongest players in the world. Blue Scooty, of course, #1 in the Premier Poll. Meme, I don't know what place she is. I think she's top 5, though. But certainly one of the best in the world at roll, and both celebrated DAS players as well. Met in the semifinals of the Jonas Cup in 2024. So they've played a lot in roll. They've played a good amount of DAS too, as they're both practicing the play style more with the recent rise of DAS. So I'm excited for a good match in all the aspects.
Oh yeah.
So another thing to keep in mind about the ROM, there's one more change that we haven't mentioned yet, which is that level 18 is only 100 lines long. This is so we could actually get all the matches done yesterday. Even with that, we ran over our buffer time because, I mean, the matches were so exciting. I'm not complaining about that. But I'm glad the level 18 was shorter for that reason. But what it means is we'll be seeing lower scores overall. So we'll be converting what you would expect the level 18 score to be on a standard 130 line transition from what we see in a 100-line transition. So you see like a 400 into level 19 on this ROM, it's around a 520. You see a 500, it's around a 650, which is about the highest transition we saw yesterday. And that's difficult because that generally means that you're playing almost entirely DAS and not losing too many points with roll. So really got to be an efficient pace stacker. Dengler was the one who got that high transition, of course, and we'll be seeing him later today. So I'm excited for all the matches we have.
All these matches, these semifinal matchups, these are really close. These are really going to be interesting. Going to have to push the players as far as they can go with this ROM.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't really seen that many games where both players are pushing 29 all the way over to 39. But certainly a lot of really exciting chase downs yesterday. Even had an instance of someone being ahead at one point, told to top out by the crowd, but kept rolling and lost the points. So Cole, very impressively in that set, recovered to win the next game and advance. But that was honestly incredible, just seeing all of those chase downs and how intense it was. But looks like we're soon to get started with this match here. Scooty warming up the DAS, Meme warming up the roll. And we'll see which one makes a difference, because both will certainly be important. I mean, we saw how hard chase downs were, so that Bree 29 will matter even more than it might in a standard match of Tetris. But both are certainly known for strong pacing, both pre and post 29. So looks like we are just about ready. We're getting the seeds entered. And then we will get started with our first game of the day. Of the gold bracket, at least. We did have some very exciting silver finals earlier. That was some really good gameplay. I'm surprised we had a strong enough field that players of that caliber were making it into silver, because that was basically kill screen.
Yeah, it's a very stacked tournament. So even some really good people were in the silver bracket. That was a really interesting finals.
So looks like we are ready. So let's get them counted down for game number 1 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. So one thing you'll notice that you can see a little bit on the pregame is Fractal, our wonderful organizer, host, everything else, has coded up some graphs. And these graphs, after the game, will show you the score of various players at various line counts. So you can compare if people are losing a lot of points, if people are behind a lot of points and having to make a chase down, if there are even points where they're negative, because we did have the first ever instance of someone topping out with a negative score in a tournament game yesterday.
That was my father. The Tetris Ranger.
But Scooty off to a lead, about 2 Tetrises, although a little bit behind in the line, so could even be a third if he gets this next long bar. Meme had to do a little bit of digging there, but she's going to be fine. Both players definitely dassing to start it off, but if they get up too high with a big drought, then they'll switch over to roll. So Meme opts to take the triple instead of roll switching, just playing it nice and safe, because if you top out, that's pretty much a game loss at this level. And losing 1 Tetris is not going to lose you a game immediately like trying to go too aggressive will. So we'll see how both of them are feeling about their roll switches and whether they're able to execute them cleanly and consistently. Something to watch out for, certainly. And we have a really nice hand cam today in addition to the face cam, so we'll really be able to see that in full detail. But Meme caught up a little bit on pace. Nice water adjustment from Scooty. Now he finally knows what it is. And yeah, he's going to take a 1.5 Tetris lead, but 6 lines, that's 1.5 Tetrises. So we are just about neck and neck. Ours are really not showing up, though. These are some crazy droughts so far.
Yeah, this seed's kind of cursed.
I noticed as Meme was rolling for the seed, she clicked reroll a lot of times. So I wonder if that's a factor. Maybe she just rerolled to a bad seed. she recognized it. You have to wonder.
This meme already knows all the seeds beforehand.
She does play a lot of Tetris, so it's a possibility. She's been warming up on stage for much longer than Scooty has. Curious to see if that is a factor or not, but she doesn't think so. So far, though, we really are neck and neck. This would normally be where we would check for pace to an 18 transition since we're about halfway through, but we're a little further, so this would be high 500 pace for both players on a normal 18 transition, which would be around a mid 400 pace on this ROM. So there is the potential for a max out of the kill screen. It's just very difficult because that would be a mid 500 post with pure DAS, and these players are probably going to be roll switching to get some extra efficiency sometimes. So probably around the difficulty of low mid 500 post with DAS, which it's still hard. I mean, that's how you get like a 1.1 with DAS. And to do that on command, not a lot of people can. So still neck and neck. Both players just trading Tetrises with small burn sequences, although that misdrop from Meme might take a couple of burns. Really nice solve, though. Just 2 burns for that one misdrop and 1 more delayed burn that she had to clear out. And scores another Tetris. Scooty also a little bit of burning into another Tetris of his own, but looks like we are on track for those about mid 400 transitions if they're able to score these last couple Tetrises. Meme might try and opt to play it a bit safer into 19. Scooty already roll switching just late in 18, making sure everything's totally safe. And Meme 1 Tetris away, just waiting on that last long bar, and then she will roll switch as well. So I'm curious to see if these two players will be dassing the pieces in their roll grips, because that's definitely something that a lot of rollers can do. Just, we'll see if these players opt to go for full roll to make sure they are not topping out and they're in no danger, or if they try and dash and save a couple thousand points. Because that can make a difference, those couple thousand points. We have seen it happen.
Yeah, many times yesterday, the difference between players after they top out has been 1,000, sometimes even less than 1,000.
Especially with the exhaustion, anything can happen in these really close games, and it is certainly a close one right now, about half a Tetris, although Meme a little bit in the lead, maybe about 1 Tetris of pace lead, but it really is just about neck and neck. Scooty with a long bar dependency gets the bar and will be fine. Only takes a couple burns to get out of that solve. But Meme definitely playing a bit higher, sort of that normal height you would expect to see from a roll game. Not really even trying to play like a DAS player, just opting for full roll, and it makes it easier to be comfortable. If you know that you're just going to be rolling everything, you don't need to change how you play from an open tournament. She just knows what she wants to do, and so far she's been doing it. Bit of a weird overhang from Scooty, but could resolve it in only a couple of burns. Square Talk will resolve it in just 1 more burn with that nice J piece over to the right. But every dig really can make a difference, especially with both these players knocking down Tetrises. And since both players are rolling, it's not as much of a factor of having to roll switch for a dig and losing more points because you're rolling. But we have seen that be a factor in matches earlier in the tournament. But about a 2 Tetris lead now for Meme on level 26, so we're really approaching those 29 speeds, and we're going to see both these players go even more aggressive than they usually do, most likely, because line out just doesn't get you points. It's barely positive, if at all. So I'm excited to see some insane scores, maybe some really aggressive top outs or high digs. It really all is possible at this point in the tournament, especially with 2 of the strongest players in the world. Meme's still stuck in a little bit of a dig here. Bar dependent on the left, but there's the bar. And now almost done cleaning up her board fully in time for level 29. Has one more Tetris available. Might try and burn in depending on the pieces, although this is a really nice setup if she gets the bar, and she does. So Meme into 29, 876. Scooty actually able to catch up, capitalizing on that small dig from Meme. And he is currently into the lead by a bit under a Tetris, both players in a bit of a burn sequence. Tetris for Scooty, that's a 1 Tetris lead. Meme answers, 942 currently to 947 for Scooty, although we can see these scores flashing rapidly because they're inputting so many times, it's hard to even give score updates properly. Missed 5 tap from Meme and another one, and Scooty is ahead. Will he top out in time? Yes, he will. So game 1 for Scooty. You can really see on that score graph, they were neck and neck just about that whole game. A little bit of a lead for Meme at the end of 19, but she got forced into a dig of her own, counteracting Scooty's, and just that one missed 5 tap into a second missed 5 tap. Obviously the second more difficult than the first, but it's really hard to recover on 29 speeds. So getting seeds ready for next game.
Both players ready?
Yep. You want to count them down?
We'll count them down in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
But already almost a max out for both players, and those were some strong scores into 29 as well.
Meme actually dead dropping the first piece, which I've heard to be a strategy to be ahead by your opponent by a little bit.
Yeah, that could actually be a scenario where the 100 points make a difference. Of openers are very similar in how good they are overall as moves, but just that little point difference of taking that time to dash charge after you place the first piece, it saves you 100 points. So we'll see if the 100 does anything, although it seems like a few misdrops after that first piece have been costing her 2.5 Tetrises right now, and Scooty still with a much cleaner board. Meme looking to get all of this solved. A J and a square would do wonders, and there they are, into the bar. That was perfect.
I love it when I just get the pieces like that.
Really is so satisfying when you stack for the pieces that you want, and then you get them. There's a saying that people say about top players a lot. They stack for the pieces they want, and I mean, the reason is because they can solve the bad situations they get into if they don't get the pieces they want. So it really makes it look like whatever pieces they're getting are the pieces they want. But it looks much cooler when, you know, the memes, the Scooties, the Fractals of the world just get the perfect RNG right after setting up something that looks like a bad stack. They're just able to get out of it. Still lead for Scooty, though. Just a big initial dig for Meme, making a difference. I don't know if that was an adjustment for Scooty or just a default placement with that J spin for the burn, but the T next was perfect to fill out that right side. And he's already up to almost 100,000 point lead. Although Meme answering back with the Tetris, it's around 3 Tetrises or so when the lines are even. And similar point in the P sequence. So both just stacking up for Tetrises. So while they do that, let's give a little bit more of an introduction to our players. On the left side, we have CTWC, second place this year. So many other accomplishments. Won multiple regionals, looking to add another one to the stack. It is Meme. And her opponent, the Game Crasher himself, Blue Scooty.
Recently got Rebirth.
Yep, Rebirth, world record holder, holds 7 of the 10 major world records at the moment, and looking to add to that count, plus win another regional. So it's his first time at the Boston Regional. Glad that he could make it out for one of these. And Meme, I believe she's been here every time, although she was not as well known as a player in the first one. Sort of on the rise then, and she certainly has risen.
She still is rising. She's really coming up as a well-known player.
Yeah, she's definitely in contention for the best in the world at the moment. And Scooty, right now with all the world records he has and the comp play he's shown, people would consider him the best in the world. Meme looking to make a statement and show that she is at least the best at Exhaustion. But she had another little burn sequence there, gets out of it really nicely, some great solves, and a good adjustment with that L piece to make sure she had room for the square. But even with all of that, Scooty, 6 Tetris lead approximately, and still scoring. This is a very strong game from Scooty. 3 Tetrises available means that he can almost get a 500,000 transition, although he had to burn once, so only 1 more Tetris available. But this is still a very strong pace, around a low 600 if this were a normal 18 transition. So with Das, that's quite good. And looks like he was not roll switching at all. I don't think we've seen a roll switch on 18 from either of these players. They've never really looked all that threatened. But 19, both players just full rolling so far this match. I think that's probably what we're going to see from maybe all 4 of these players, with Coalbucket and Dengler even less known for their DAS accomplishments compared to roll. But I'm guessing players will be trying to DAS pieces over whenever they can. Obviously, the aggression that both of these two play with will make it much harder for them to DAS pieces over when they're playing, 8, 9, 10 high. But Scooty's been maintaining this lead. As the levels go on, it's shrinking in number of Tetrises just because Tetrises are worth more. But both have been pacing about the same amount on this level so far.
Yeah, Tetrises are super crucial with this game mode because burns don't cost anything. They might even make you lose points. They cancel each other out when you move the pieces with your inputs.
Yeah, if we're getting these players both to 29, then it doesn't matter as much as it might on 29 itself in a chase down, whether they're lining out or Tetrising. But if you're in a chase down especially, then it really does matter because the line out will not gain you any points. You won't get closer to the chase down. You're sort of just running out of time. So especially if you're on difficult to play level 29, then those extra lines really do make a difference. So scores flickering back and forth, still around 5 Tetrises at just about all points. Bit of a missed 4-tap there from Meme on that L piece. Is going to cost her a few burns as well. So Scooty looking to widen this lead as we get closer to level 29 and really just put this game out of reach if he can, because Meme can definitely catch him if he tops out, but so far Scooty's been playing a really strong game and hasn't looked much like topping out on 29, even though he's been going pretty aggressively. But 7 Tetrises now when the lines are even. Both players about to get into 29. Don't have to worry about roll switching. They're already long since there. They still need to worry about scoring the Tetrises on 29. And that square piece for Meme will cost her a couple more burns. And that's basically 1 more Tetris into 29 that she just can't get because of that square right there. So last Tetris for her, 755 into kill screen or so. You can see so far she's actually negative.
Scooty with a max out already into 29.
That's really impressive.
Scooty really having this detrimental lead over Meme.
I'm guessing with the extra level 18 that he lost out on and the roll penalty from playing roll all of that 19, that's probably a mid 1.2 or even a 1.3 into kill screen, which is
super
really impressive in competition. Meme looking to eat into this lead, and so far doing so, Scooty's been stuck in a little bit of a dig. So still about 200,000 points, but Meme getting her way back down. Scooty, a bit of an aggressive setup, covered the well again, gets the bar right as he reopens it, and hits the tuck. So this could be a 1 burn solve. Piece doesn't show up, so he's just going to take the burns. Knows he has a big lead. Meme setting up herself, and almost back to Tetris ready. Although that bar misdrop won't be helpful. Really nice burns, though. If that was an adjustment, that was a great adjustment, but I imagine it wasn't on 29. And another misdrop, not going to help. Still possible to survive this, of course, but Scooty starts knocking him down. He's in center well. Blocks the well, taking the triple right as the bar shows up, so unfortunate timing for him, but his lead is only growing as Meme still stuck in the dig, and that triple from Scooty will at least score him some positive points, while Meme really been struggling. She went into 29 at around 750 and has still only gotten around under 100,000 points since the start of 29 with that Tetris. And those 5 taps are not going to get over, and that's going to do it for Meme. Scooty, looking to set a tournament high score, might try and mullin this out. He's going to top out as well, but that was really strong pace from Scooty into 29, and that was what made the difference. You can really see the gap just widening as we got closer to 29, and yeah, the score graph, Scooty had a little bit of a jump at the end, but really it was mostly that lead into 29 that was what made the difference there.
Also, what helped Scooty on 19 is I saw him dassing just a little bit in his roll grip on, I think, level 28, which could have helped him not lose as many points.
Yeah, those little differences. So it looks like we are ready for game number 3. So let's get them counted down in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Both players this time just taking the minus 100 for the first piece. But you'll see Meme going for an adjustment there. That'll cost her 100 points. Every adjustment you have to think about. Would I pay 100 points to make this move? And almost always the answer is yes. But it's another thing to think about. This ROM really just adds more things to think about for these players. And if you're not locked in, then that can be an unfortunate difference. They have both been locked in so far, though. And excited to see that continue.
But it is super hard to make those split-second decisions whether you want to lose points for a better stack, especially on the faster speeds for these players.
Yeah, I'm guessing a lot of the calculation is I don't want to change from what I normally do. That's why you see them rolling a lot on 19, is because they're so used to rolling 19 and being safe and comfortable with it that they just want to keep rolling and making sure, okay, I know I'm rolling. Everything will be fine when I'm rolling. I can dig, you know, these crazy situations. And same thing on 18 of, I know how to stack with DAS. I'm going to stack with DAS how I always have. And it'll work out. And yeah, I mean, we've been seeing some strong level 18 from both so far. Scooty had the better paces of the two, but it's been close. Especially game 1, they were neck and neck in a transition. But I believe this is not quite perfect from Meme, but it's a better pace. She's got the lead. Scooty, awkward stack, gets the L over to the left, and that'll help. But still a few burns away from clean, and has another hole buried on the left side. That'll be difficult to access. Might just cost him another triple with a long bar on the right side eventually. Good T-flat burn there, though, and now he's almost out of this. Just a couple more burns. Yep, that L, if he gets the right pieces, will be the last burn of this dig. But Meme really taking advantage there, doubling his score halfway through this level 18 phase, and she's on pace for 500K at 100 lines, which that's really strong. I'm not sure if our Tetris rate is correct. It feels a little bit low. Maybe I'm bad at math, but okay, maybe I'm just bad at math. But she's got the lead, about 5 Tetrises, and a little bit behind in line since Scooty's been playing a bit higher up with that dig. So looking to take advantage of this pace lead, just as Scooty did in the last game, and keep up a strong lead into 29 and beyond. But of course, both these players no matter who's winning, you don't know who's going to win until we get to the 29 speeds. They're both so strong at 29. No lead is safe unless it's a million points, and I don't think that's going to happen. So, bit of a weird overhang for Scooty. Gonna cost him a couple of burns. We'll see how he burns it out. Maybe 3 or 4 more burns. Not opting to burn the bars. He's going for a cleaner solve. And almost done now. T-piece would be very helpful for the right side. Holding out for one. And just not finding it. Just unfortunate for Blue Scooty that he's having to take these extra burns. A bar here would be a triple, but he would get ready to be Tetris ready in this column 8, row 3. And now he's roll switching. We're already almost at 19.
This bar still hasn't shown up. Well, there it is, but that was at least a 25-piece drought.
Yeah, Meme also running into that, but uncovered the well at the perfect time and able to take advantage. About a 440 transition for her. So mid 500 pace or so. But now she's in a bit of a dig. Couldn't find anything for that dependency. And double LJ dependent. Just getting spammed with S's and Z pieces when her stack was not accommodating for them.
Scooty hoping to capitalize on this dig that Meme's going through. Hopefully they catch up. He's 4 Tetrises and some change behind.
Making his way back, though. Had a bar dependency that might have been a bit scary if the bar wasn't there, but showed up just about right away, maybe making up for those earlier bad pieces. Meme, though, is almost out of this, looking for one more J on the left. Where's the J? There it is. And that L will help, too. Still looking for something too wide. Could maybe set up a dirty Tetris here. No, just going to burn it down.
It's very hard to
almost
decide.
done.
It's very hard to decide if you want to take safety burns, especially on level 19 or 29, because these burns can actually cost you.
Yep. Needing a T for Meme, there it is. And the board is nice and clean again for both players. But Scooty really taking advantage of that dig within 2 Tetrises now. And both players having to burn a little bit as they get various bad pieces, but no big digs as we saw earlier. Would be thematic for Boston, though.
Definitely.
If we were to see one. Meme building a little bit of a lead again, just slightly more efficient marginally. And Scooty's a bit of a situation, although this might just be a dirty Tetris if he gets a couple of pieces. And yeah, it's a dirty, and there's the bar for the dirty. So Scooty almost out of this, might opt to burn it all the way down. Yeah, just taking the 3 burn solve to bring the stack down, get back to a clean position, make sure he's ready to score if it gets to 29, which we are hurtling towards once again. But Meme now taking back a bit of her lead from the 18 into 19 phase. And back up to 3 Tetris lead or so. Scooty a little bit further in the line count, but not by much. Definitely further ahead in the piece sequence with those bars coming a bit earlier. So Meme setting up a tuck, opting to spin in that L piece and just take the 1 burn solve instead of holding out for an S and then a bar. And now having to do a little bit of burning herself. Clean again. That J will tuck nicely. Burns with the S, but Tetris ready again, just about into 29. Scooty, 1 burn away, it burns in about 692 or so. Meme looking to Tetris in the 800s if she can get this last bar, and does. That's 831 into 29 for her. But Scooty's not gonna dig so far in 29. Almost out of it though. And now he's gonna be setting up Meme another Tetris for her, extending this lead to about 4 Tetrises. So this is gonna be really hard for Scooty to make up, even as a chase down if Meme tops out. But Meme looking to extend this lead definitely. Tetris ready almost again. Dumping a bar in the middle to not go too aggressive while still going for a Tetris here. And burning out that left side nicely. almost open again. Scooty in a dig still. And he's open, and that's a Tetris for him. So only 2 Tetrises behind for Scooty now. 8-8-8 for Meme, 7-8-9 for Scooty now. And Scooty holding out for a bar, drought counter, taking up. Wasn't able to take advantage of that bar. Just unfortunate bar timing for him. Meme looking to approach that max out with the next Tetris.
Scooty going aggro, setting up that center well.
Yeah, he's behind 120,000 points now or so, about 3 Tetrises. So gonna need to make up this difference somehow, especially if Meme keeps scoring. This is gonna be really challenging for him to dig and get the last few Tetrises even after that. But Meme's still scoring, max out for her in 35. And she got another Tetris after that as well. Scooty, about 4 Tetrises behind. He has been scoring a bit, but not enough to catch up because Meme just really pouring it on. Looking to extend this to a 1.1, although some missed drops. Going to be hard to dig for both players. Scooty not getting the bar. Bar doesn't get over. And Meme will take it. You can see on the score graph, there was a little bit in 29 where both players were able to score cleanly at about the same rate. Sort of just good pieces, getting those bars at the right times. And then the drought started ticking and neither of them able to play. But we are just about ready to get game 4 counted down.
And our judge Morlando is sitting on his phone in the crowd.
I was getting shaken from the ball. Come on, Orlando. That's quick. That's quick. Off.
If things completely break, then I can help you.
Okay. So we are ready for game 4.
Oh, that's what you.
We'll count it down in 3,
Okay.
2, 1. Tetris.
Blue Scooty's board appearing to have some capture issues right now, but I can confirm he is playing. So Scooty, just keep playing and we'll get it figured out. Looks like we're back. Not sure what happened there, but everything is all right now, and that's what counts. First Tetris says for both. They're clean, they're scoring. That's what we want to see. No burn so far for Meme, and only the first 100 points of penalty from the initial dash charge on the opener. This is just about perfect for this ROM. And able to hit the chorion adjustment without even having to lose dash. So really a showcase of dash here for Meme. Scooty, on the other hand, taking a few burns in a little bit of a mini situation, but should be totally fine. No need for him to roll switch. Nice bar flat, and that S piece opens him back up nicely. But Meme now waiting on a bar. Just going to take the triple. No need to go perfect, especially in a competitive match with this much on the line. Because the winner of this will play the winner of our other semifinal right after this. Coal Bucket versus the Dangler. That one I'm excited for.
I'm super excited for that one too. That one's going to be really close. Both players super talented. Both players have a great chance of winning.
Meme again opting to take some safe burns with dash instead of trying to roll switch up high, and it's paying off reasonably well. She does still have the lead of about 2 Tetrises when the lines are the same. So looking to do what she knows best with dash and get safe pace. Scooty maybe less worried about the safe part since he has the roll switch as a pretty easy option. He seems more willing to go for it when needed, but hasn't actually needed the roll switch much. He's been playing some pretty clean dash as well. So a good showcase from both players. And of course they all have good accomplishments. Scooty, one of the best in the world at dash level 29. I believe he's second place in the leaderboard currently, or maybe third. And Meme, the dash 19 world record holder, the 1.3 that shocked the world. Nobody really expected a dash 19 start 1.3 would happen, and Meme just posted one and was like, wow, and nobody's beaten it since. And it really feels like the type of score that won't be beaten for a while. It's really quite impressive to have that level of DAS 19 skill as well as nice long bar timing. It's a combination of both, really, because I've watched that game. She played some really clean DAS. There was not much where you could even say, oh, she might have slow tapped a piece too many times there and it's not DAS. It's just almost pure DAS. And she played it really well. So looking to continue playing really well here, taking some more safety burns. She's about a 3 Tetris lead over Scooty, who also has some burning of his own. That bar will burn it all off in a double and a single. And there's Tetris for both players. We are once again approaching level 19, and neither of these players are pacing as strong as we've seen in the previous games. Playing it safer, maybe not as good bar timings. Ooh, Scooty now this is a situation. Might have to roll switch.
Have to roll switch, yeah.
And there is the roll switch. Good ideas with trying to burn the T flat, but pieces don't show up immediately for a resolution. Now just waiting for a bar, and that'll solve a lot of his problems. In a transition up a bit high, but that bar opens it up, and one more just like that for the Tetris. Everything's fine on Scooty's side, scoring another one as well. But 5 Tetris lead now for Meme. She stayed clean through that whole sequence and was able to take advantage. The extra points from Scooty having to roll a little bit more on 18 might have also been a difference, so we'll see if that little bit ends up mattering. But right now, Meme in the lead, looking to stay strong through 19. Her 19 has looked strong, especially last game where she was able to really take advantage of some of Scooty's digs to extend a lead into 29, and Scooty not able to catch up. Looks like maybe Meme tried to DAS over that L piece, but it didn't get over, so just going to roll everything safely down. Although pieces not really cooperating with the solve she was trying to do, and had a little bit of a additional burn sequence, although that L piece perfectly solved that dependency on the left side, and a couple of Tetrises in quick succession for her. But Scooty eating into this lead now, only about 4 or so Tetrises behind, depending on line count. And as the levels are ticking up, the Tetrises will become more valuable. So even if the score lead stays around the same, if they play neck and neck, it'll be fewer Tetrises for Scooty to catch up. And so he has more of a chance if he can continue keeping up and even trying to push ahead. Safe triple for Meme, not getting a bar in time. Just throwing a couple of bars in the middle there. But her stack turns out very nicely in the end. Although that J not getting all the way over, that's a little bit concerning in terms of the 5 taps that she would want. And now a little bar dependency. Love an S piece, really nice burn to solve all of that. Would also love a square here. That L piece will help a lot. Really nice solves from Meme to get out of that tricky situation in just a couple burns.
The lead hasn't really changed since the beginning of 19 to now.
Yeah, Scooty maybe a little bit closer at various points. You can see he's probably a little bit ahead in the sequence as well. But this is a close game. Scooty will need to do some work on 29 as it stands, though, to catch up. And this drought not helping him, especially as he made a bar dependency. Meme might now also be running into the same drought. Left well ready, just tripling it down. And yeah, that additional triple will keep everything safe. One more burn into 29, but that'll just open up her last little bit that needs to be cleaned up. Still needing to finish this dig, though, and on 29, this is not easy and will cost some pace. Scooty within a Tetris now. Not quite Tetris ready, gonna have some holes in the bottom to clean up. Gets the bar to the right side, but that's only a single for him. Another bar to the right, now wants an L piece. Gonna find some alternate solutions to keep burning this down. Both players really in a difficult dig here.
Both need to get back into scoring position quick.
Meme still in a bit of a lead, able to keep this dig going. Scooty needing a bar and misdropping, and that's gonna do it. And Meme forces a decider. Neither player able to get much of anything going on 29. Really, I think about even points from where they started, just the whole way through. Both stuck in those really long digs. Scooty waiting on a bar at the end there and not getting it. Meme waiting on pieces into 29, not getting those, and just having to keep digging constantly. But it looks like we are ready for our decider. So let's get them counted down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
What? Orlando.
Meme actually able to keep the 0 points here so far. Able to get, I'm not sure if that's frame perfect. I don't know how the DAS mechanics work. Oh, you just hold down before the game starts. Makes sense. But she gets it. She saves the points. Right now at a perfect multiple of 760 with the Tetris and a single. No exhaustion cost so far. Scooty been paying a little bit, but not much of a difference thus far this early in 18. Differences will really add up with the rolling. With the DAS, it doesn't make much of a difference at all. I think your average DAS game all the way to 29 will see maybe 5,000 or 10,000 points of penalty total as compared to with rolling on 19 alone, like 19 to 29, that section, you probably lose around 100, 150,000 or so. So that's really going to be the big difference, is both players DASing 18 and able to take advantage of, you know, not losing all those extra points. But we've got some clean stacks, waiting for some bars, drought forming. Both players getting up a little bit higher. Scooty not able to get that J left. Don't know if that was DAS possible or not, but it was certainly very high up. And now going to be stuck in some awkward burning, has some weird floating pieces that he's going to want to resolve. So could be another opportunity for Meme to take advantage and forge ahead with another lead on 18. And she's still not getting the bar, though, to catch up at all. Nice burns from Scooty, and he's almost out of this, just also waiting on a bar now. And there is the bar for Scooty. He's open. So lead actually stayed about the same that whole way through. Scooty stuck in a dig, but Meme just not getting the long bars when she needed them to really expand on a lead. Scooty in another situation up high.
A little dangerous for DAS when you're up that high. Maybe considering a good time when to roll switch. And there he goes.
Bit awkward, though. Not sure if that T-flat was intentional, but it worked out pretty nicely. And now just going to safely burn it out, but those Z pieces really going to hurt him.
Scooty's super up high. This
getting the
could
5
be
tap.
fatal.
Another 5 tap of that long bar.
Oh my goodness.
Still surviving.
And I cannot believe what I just saw.
How
that
did he survive that?
was way too high.
One J piece, and he's only got 2 more holes now. One more hole, and the L piece is perfect, and he is out.
And he's clean. Very impressive dig.
Still needs 1 more bar, though, for this Tetris. Where's the bar?
Stack is a little high again.
Still needs something for the left. Not out of it yet at all. Would love to get back into DAS with a nice bar to take the stack down. There's the bar.
Gets the Tetris, finally. But he is down 7 Tetrises and some change.
Not able to get that L piece over either, and just quickly back into the roll switch. He didn't even switch his grip physically from the rolling grip. He was sort of playing DAS on his knee. But there's another bar, and he's going to try and DAS the last little bit until 19, because we are already at 19. And Beam, right now, 6.5 Tetris lead, doubling his score, and 10 lines in hand.
Scooty knows how aggro he's gonna have to play to get back from this.
But it
lead
really
that
is
Meme
all
has.
possible.
Anything can happen at Boston.
Anything can happen here. We have already seen it, and Scooty looking to pull off a comeback for the ages. Meme looking to secure a reverse sweep against Blue Scooty, a player who she couldn't beat for a long time until recently. And now looking to get another signature win. Scooty looking to prove that that dig was no fluke, and he will be taking this match if he's able to play it his best. Although Meme, if she plays it her best, it's really anyone's game. Almost a 200,000 point lead now, though. Meme still able to play a bit more aggressively on 19 and score a few more Tetrises. And has now 22 lines in hand. So the ability to score 5 more Tetrises on top of this lead that she already has. Just a big difference in how far they are in the amount of gameplay, just because Scooty was up so much higher. Meme was playing safe with Das, while Scooty was in some crazy roll digs. Scooty had a bit of a difficult overhang to resolve, but resolved it nicely with that T-tuck. And now just a couple of burns away from being clean. Wants another T for that right side. There it is. And another one will help that left side out too. Meme Tetris ready on her side. Still keeping this pretty sizable lead, plus an additional pace lead. But really all Scooty can do is play his game and go as aggressively as he can, make a high score for Meme to potentially have to chase down if he tops out sooner with a higher score. But the amount of pace he'd have to put up on 29, we know he's capable. We know he can get those crazy high scores. He does have the world record for this ROM that he got in practice with around a 1.5 million, which, I mean, it's really impressive. It was, before the roll penalty, a rollover. Then he played 18 with Das, and so that lost him some points. And he also lost 30 lines of 18 just because of the level 19 transition being earlier. So all of those things, he still got a 1.5. That was around, I believe, a 600,000 post. So he can catch this up if he gets the right aggressive pieces and able to show off his incredible mechanics. But in 29 now, about 675,000 for him. And Meme's still in 27, has quite a few more Tetrises to go. Scooty covers the well just as the bar comes, unfortunate timing, gets the next one, over 700,000 now, and another Tetris, and he's getting close to the real-time score lead with Meme still playing on the slower speeds, not scoring as often. Tetris ready again is Blue Scooty, but this is a dig and not gonna get the L piece over, and that's gonna top out.
Meme pulls off the reverse sweep. Very impressive play from both of our players.
And Meme takes it in a reverse sweep. What a set that was. But Meme advances to the finals. Probably after.
Yeah. Interviews? Interviews? What?
Yes.
What? Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Oh, right now? Oh, fire.
Yeah.
We'll both do it. We'll try. Look at this guy.
What a match that was, but unfortunate ending. What were you thinking in that dig, in that last game?
I mean, I kind of felt that it was over when that happened because I was like 200,000 points behind. And I know Meme is not one to top up before 29. So I know I can put up something in post, but I don't know, I kind of thought it was over whether I died there or meme got like a 1.5.
Yeah, it was going to be tough to chase down no matter what, but a valiant effort. On 29, how is the rolling feeling in general? Because I know you've been playing a lot. I don't know if that's been a factor. Were you feeling at full strength, or do you think traveling all the way here, playing as much as you have, has made a difference?
Yeah, I think I was playing at full strength. The last few games, I think I was behind every time, and that kind of just mentality of I need to catch back up caused me to go over aggressive every game. So just kind of over aggression the whole time, and but my mechanics felt pretty good.
Do you think seeing those chase downs earlier in the tournament of those early rounds where other people were having a lot of trouble chasing down on 29 because of those Tetris differences was affecting your mental at all? Because I saw you were able to get those chase downs pretty cleanly, but it looked like you were worried maybe about having to go super aggressive and go crazy.
Yeah, I saw other people failing those chase downs, and I think it's just in normal chase downs you have to line out, and it's kind of that difference of you can't do that in chase downs anymore. I think that changes a lot, but I felt pretty confident in chase downs. Going for safe Tetrises, I think I'm extremely good at doing that.
Yeah, there were certainly a lot of safe Tetrises, but unfortunate ending there. Just that one dig. It was great survival, but the roll switch, it looked like it might have caused a few mechanical issues having to roll switch up that high at the start of the dig. So how are your roll switches feeling in general?
Not great. I plan to try and keep it at one roll switch the entire game, since I have to swap my controller over and then start rolling, and that's something that it takes a bit of time to do. So yeah, just having to do it more than once is not something that I like to do, or when I'm not prepared to do it. So I think that caused somewhat like most of the dig.
How has the exhaustion factor changed your mentality with how you're rolling in the game?
Going into it, I wanted to try and keep my playstyle the same, but I think the over-aggression, just going into 29 every game, I felt like I needed to maybe push for something that, unless I got perfect RNG, just wasn't going to happen. So I think that mentality of I need to just keep going for it is something I shouldn't have had. And I think that's something that I have in normal play a lot that I struggle with, so something I need to improve.
How much do you think the thought of rolling slower intentionally to avoid as high of a penalty was playing into your game? Were you thinking about that at all, or were you just trying to focus on, I want to roll the same way to make sure everything is as I know it?
Yeah, on 29, I didn't care too much, but on 19, there was a few moments where in my mind I'm like, oh, I should probably roll slower for less of a penalty, but I feel like if I was doing that, then I should have just dashed. So, yeah.
Yeah, so great match there. Any final thoughts before we wrap this up and talk to Meme and get our next match underway?
Good luck, Meme. I want to lose to the winner, so please win.
Thank you, Blue Scooty. Let's hear it for Blue Scooty.
Now our first finalist, let's introduce Meme. Yes, Meme. I do have one very important question for you, Meme. Did the Dr. Pepper help you win?
Well, okay, I don't know if the camera can pick this up, but I've drank that amount. So
That is a pretty decent amount.
So yeah, definitely.
I'm so happy that the Dr. Pepper factor really helps you improve your play. Everybody, all you players, please keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's whatever secret ingredients that they have, the like whatever different flavors.
The pepper.
The pepper, yeah. It's the pepper factor.
Literally.
How were you feeling after those first 2 games, being down 2-0 to Blue Scooty, one of the most intimidating players in the scene? How was your mental in terms of, I can do this, or this is going to be really hard?
Well, going in in those first 2 games, I was sort of like, I think at least after the first game, I kind of focused on making sure that my mental was okay, making sure to not get too psyched out on 29. I think I sort of I kind of knew that I was kind of thinking in my mind if I just play safe, if I lose, it doesn't really matter. And so I tried my best to just survive all the way. I think, especially in game 2, even though I couldn't chase it down or anything, I was trying my best to just stay alive because that was because I just knew that that would at least give me a better chance of winning. So it was mostly just I already kind of was preparing myself for the next 2 games to try and make a reverse sweep.
In terms of playing safe, I noticed you were taking a lot of safer burns to try to improve your stack. Do you think that was making a difference on the 18 speeds, or you were building up those leads in the last few games?
I think so. Yeah. Just seeing, I just knew that if I got into a big dig, I think in the second game especially, where I became so far behind, it was just, I knew I had to just have a clean stack, because if Scooty just, which it kind of worked out, just if I play safe, play how I normally would, get a good pace, and just, because, I think surviving, my thought was, if I just survive, I'll do well enough.
How are you feeling about the roll switches? Because I noticed you're really dassing all of 18. You were making super safe placements to avoid those roll switches. So were the roll switches a concern, or were you just making sure your stack was good regardless? Were you worried about a roll switch at all?
I definitely was. In my top 8 match versus Tuki, shout out Tuki, by the way. He's on his phone.
Tuki.
I think I had to roll switch a couple of times because I just got up super duper high, and that really set me back a lot of points. And I knew I just have to play safe, and sure, I'll lose out on a little bit of aggression, but it's even if Scooty has 500,000 by 100 lines, and then just paces the entire way, and I'm just playing safe, and sure, I'm a little bit behind, but that's still okay, because at least I played well.
What was your thought process on 19? Were you ever trying to DAS those pieces, or were you just making sure you were full confidence roll, or were you even trying to slow roll a little bit? Was it a combination of all 3?
Well, I think personally my DAS on 19 is a little bit weak. So, rolling sort of because I think, the way I was thinking about it is, rolling on, I can score, I think, personally, I can score pretty well on 19, and it's much better than, the amount of, loss that I would get from playing with DAS. So, at least the loss is a lot less than the loss from just playing DAS on 19, where I have to just stack super duper safe. And so that was the main reason I was playing roll a lot on 19. I first sort of I didn't real. This is something sort of within the tournament. I sort of realized hey, maybe I should with like all the DAS and having to burn a lot, maybe rolling would actually give me a bit more points. And so I think this is like, it depends on what type of player you are. If you're like really good at DAS, like I think like maybe DAS 19 would be better. But at least for me, I was focused on just rolling 19. Also, the strategy of like rolling slower to lose less points. That was something I also sort of took into account too.
Do you feel like having all of these things to juggle of, oh, I need to think about DAS, or oh, I need to think about slow rolling, or how you want to play into 29, having to really think about all three phases of the game, 18, 19, and 29, was that a factor at all in your set? Or do you think you sort of just took it one step at a time?
I think that definitely played a factor. My 29, like I personally feel like it was not quite up to where I normally play. Maybe I'm just washed. But like, yeah, I think that definitely affected how I played. And so, yeah, I think I'm just kind of lucky that I didn't have to play too much on 29. Like I definitely like, it's just so unfortunate that like Scooty topped out early, like all those like last few games, because like I was sort of like I mean it's I guess fortunate for me because like I don't have to play 29, which is probably like the weakest part, but like yeah, I guess it kind of like I'm kind of fortunate that I didn't have to like really mentally prepare for 29.
How are you thinking you're going to do in a match against either Cole or Dengler in the finals?
Well, I think the last times I've played both of them, I've lost. And I think it was both in deciders. So I gotta get the win out early so I don't like lose. So yeah, you guys like, I don't know. You guys should throw, okay?
Well, it was a great match, even if, you know, we didn't get all those exciting 29 games. It was still very fun to watch. Obviously, decider, reverse sweep, all things you want to see. Any final thoughts before we see you again in the finals?
I really want Clover right now. So I'm gonna go do that.
Enjoy. Let's give it up for meme of all time.
Dr. Pepper! Congratulations.
Thank you.
So up next, we will have our second semifinal to see who plays against meme in the finals. The Dengler versus Cole Bucket.
Bye.
What are we? That's what we promised you back in So you have like Saturn or something, right? You can undo it. We should actually double check these things that I made good. So true. It was good that you
Okay, we need to redo the entire tournament.
How long does a break ever take?
I don't know. That's
This is a work of art.
Like, this is improvised, like, BS. Also, the Python scene stuff is, like, kind of insane. So, like, we're using
Do you wanna get started soon? Or?
we're using a program that recreates the AV inputs from the NES's pixel by pixel, so that the output is perfect. And it's all like this web, so it's stuff down. Pro. What resolution do NES output? Wow.
Something dumb like that.
Yeah. Okay, do you guys want kazoo? There's a box full of kazoos down there. You can also grab butter. Yes. You can grab it. Go for it. Oh my god.
No, this is like the most relaxed.
Yes.
That's why they did. That's why they didn't let me do Jonas because I'm not serious. Because I don't take the game serious.
I think because it's in Boston, you have to do the Charlie card.
Cool.
What'd you take?
You ready?
Yeah.
Tetris.
Welcome back. Welcome once again to the second match of the gold semifinals of Boston 3 Parity. We have a fantastic match, and our first competitor is someone who has been a long time coming in the lore of Boston T Parity, a native of Massachusetts, a native of Boston, yet could not make the first two iterations of this event because for whatever reason he just like happened to be on vacation or something. I don't know, but he's here now and he is making a statement. He made it to the top 4 while sick yesterday, and he is feeling healthy and he's feeling ready to win this tournament. Everyone, give it up for Noah Dangler. And for our second competitor, he is a man who is no stranger to the Exhaustion format by now. He has experienced its highs, he has experienced its lows, but he has survived, and he is a fighter. He is a ninja. He is the winner of CDWC Philly. Give it up for Cole Buckets. Damn. All right, we'll be giving them a few minutes to warm up. I'm joined Once again, Marmalino.
How are we doing, Fractal?
We're doing this again.
I guess.
Man, one of the things I was just talking to you about is how much I love this tournament because we can take it so unseriously.
I mean, it's the style of the tournament. We're not playing traditional classic Tetris. We're mixing it up, and it's also, I feel, helped by the fact that this is the first event of the classic Tetris year. We always have our first couple weeks in January. We're literally first weekend of January this year, and I feel like having the flexibility of just being the first tournament, it's like we can just have as much fun as possible and just set the scene for the whole year.
I like to think of it as a preview of what's possible for our community.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, this is, especially after, the December holiday season, this is the first time we're all getting back together. And it's really like who's going to start making noise as we head in further into this year, head towards CTWC, head towards DAS World Cup, head towards Jonas Cup. And so I'm really excited to see what 2026 has in store for the classic Tetris scene.
Yeah. And with this tournament in particular, I wonder if we have ended up accidentally training some people for some of these tournaments, especially the DAS tournaments.
Personally, I feel like for some reason my DAS was really good yesterday compared to what it has been. And I'm wondering if this will help me get better at DAS.
Didn't you almost get a max out, just straight up?
I almost maxed out on, okay, so Nerd the Box would like to disagree with how I'm interpreting my game, but I started a game on 19 yesterday during my warm-up and got a 983 into 29 with the 30 less lines because you cut out some of the lines. And then with another 8,000 that were taken away. So it was a 991, but it's like, how legitimate is that?
That absolutely counts. You would have gotten basically AK in those 10 lines regardless.
I would hope so. In 10 lines, 30 lines.
Yeah, exactly. Let's talk a bit about the format itself, just give our audience a refresher on what we're doing. This format, we call it the Exhaustion ROM hack. It is a rule set that I have made to be used exclusively for the Boston T Parity and maybe in other events as well.
Yeah, so the main quote-unquote gimmick is that every left and right button press is, as you say, monetized, and the faster that your input is, the more points that you spend.
And what do we mean by monetize? We mean we don't mean dollars, we don't mean Bitcoin, we don't need like whatever is like happening now. We mean the only currency that matters in the world of competitive Tetris, and that is game points. So your score decreases whenever you press left and right. But there is a way to get around that, and it's to not press the button at all, and this can only be achieved using the playstyle known as DAS.
Yeah, having DAS, if you wall charge or if you perfectly time your DAS even like on a dead drop, you will lose 0 points. And even playing with DAS, even if you have one button press, that's only going to cost you 100 points as opposed to if you're tapping or if you're rolling, especially at high speeds, where you could lose over 1,000 points.
Like every piece.
With each piece.
And as a result of this is kind of a structure that encourages players to really consider the limits of what they're comfortable with for DAS, because they want to be using that as much as possible, but they have to trade off some other things. They have to trade off like how consistent they think they can be with the playstyle. They have to trade off that they're going to be scoring less points than they would with roll under normal circumstances, but maybe that's worth it because the penalties are that much worse. Players have been playing for multiple rounds now, and that has given them a chance to get accustomed to the mechanics, to get a feel for really how the structure is.
Yeah, and I've noticed that there has been a little bit of a meta change for some of our players. I was really noticing it with Meme yesterday, that when it was against Tugi, I believe, that she was playing DAS mostly in the first game, but then shifted for all remaining games to do mostly roll, especially in the transition, because she's like, well, if I can beat Tugi while we're both disadvantaged with roll, then I'm just going to go for roll rather than trying to disadvantage my own self with DAS. So it really is, if you are a really high-level DAS player, then you can take advantage of that, but if you feel any bit shaky in that, or you really feel like you can just beat your opponent using roll, then you can go with that.
Yeah. All right, well, it looks like both players are ready, so we're going to give them a nice and long countdown. Let's start in 5. Oh,
Wait, no, we're not. No.
5, 4.
Wait, no. Dangler's not on the right level. And yeah, Cole, do you also want to just like make sure the ready is green, just for my own aesthetic? Oh, beautiful.
In 5,
4. Wait, are we good?
3,
2,
1. Tetris.
I didn't know we were switching off there.
Something I just saw taking a look at Noah's screen is that he's using the Goofy Foot feature that I added. This is something that tournaments are like more beginning to shift towards, providing these kinds of accessibility features that help, like, I guess, replicate more of like the at-home experience for competitions. And I'm definitely in favor of this. I've been experimenting with them. I added a feature that lets people increase the amount of lag. And this is useful for emulator players who are trying out tournaments for the first time. It can help them get introduced to the events. It's typical for them to come and like immediately feel like everything is wrong, and I don't want to. I don't want to be contributing to that if I can't help it.
No, I remember my very first tournament that I ever did, which was the New England Regional, as it was called back then, all the way back in September 2019 at what is now the Northeast Regional at Hartford. And I didn't make the bracket, but I was struggling because it was my first time ever playing on console, and so perhaps having the added lag would have helped me out.
Of course, and we're always experimenting with all these kinds of things that can help make the experience better for players and the experience better for the audience.
Indeed.
We were talking about playstyles earlier, and you were mentioning how you were seeing shifting playstyles. For some players, I think for these two, they've been pretty consistent in their strategies from the get-go. And that will be pretty similar. It will be DAS on 18 and then roll on 19 and beyond.
Yeah, and it's been really interesting seeing all these players with their grip switches. And so how fast and how efficiently they can switch from a DAS grip into a roll grip, both in terms of with the speed increasing, but also as we've seen with many of our matches here, if the DAS betrays them and they get up high and they need to just survive anything.
And on the subject of DAS grips, when have you ever seen, well, before we get that, let's take a look at what Cole's doing, because I believe he has switched to roll, and you can indicate this. You can see this by the flickering red score, but it's gone back to DAS. And back to roll again. Now there's a misdrop. And on the subject of grips, when have you ever seen DAS grips that look like this?
I'm not sure I've seen many people with a DAS grip that is very easily switchable into roll. I know you have an interesting DAS grip, but I'm not sure how beneficial it is to any other play style. And I mean, we've seen plenty of weird hyper tapping grips, but I'm not sure we've seen the same variation of DAS grips.
Exactly, but as you were saying earlier, these grips are optimized so that the grip switch is as painless as possible. You can see, look at Noah Dangler. He barely moved his hands, and he was rolling, and now he switched back to DAS.
Yeah, it looks like he's just getting ready to roll, and he, in a sense, is, but he's playing DAS right now, and it's kind of remarkable to see how. I mean, possibly people have been practicing this, but it's been really remarkable seeing people sort of on the fly figure out a new DAS grip entirely.
And both players are like exceptional, and I do mean exceptional, with roll, among the best in the world, but it is their DAS that they are less comfortable with. And I think that could be the deciding factor, all the way at the front in level 18.
Yeah, I'm not quite privy to Dangler's DAS skills. I do know Cole was out in Portland at Jonas Cup, qualified for gold bracket, and made, I believe, top 16. I don't believe top 8, but top 16. So does have some good DAS skills, but at the moment is about 200,000 points behind, as we are 10 lines from the brand new 100 line level 18
The brand new transition. Yeah, I was when designing this ROM, I had the feeling that if I could change anything, why not change everything? And so this is made so that games are on an average a minute faster. I think a minute and a half, actually. And over a tournament where you're playing a lot of games, trying to get through a lot of matches, it does add up, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it adds up for the players. I do feel like they're a little bit fresher, especially we've made the tournament 2 days, and we're really only having semifinals and finals today, which I think has helped keeping our players fresh. But also just, having the shorter length of games is a lot better for the health of the players and them staying fresh. And also, it's helpful for keeping a tighter schedule as on the organizer side of it.
Of course. It looks like I was mistaken about the strategies both players are using. Cole employing a lot of DAS. You can see it right here, stacking all the way up, getting that Tetris purely without any roll whatsoever. Noah Dangler, on the other hand, choosing to roll every single piece. And perhaps this is his intent. Perhaps he intends to use the advantage of extra mobility, extra height to its fullest, and he is in the prime position to do so. Less so now with this misdrop, but he'll be able to bring this down, take it low. Noah Dangler is in many people's eyes, and mine included, the best stacker alive.
Yeah, I mean, going back to it, it's the risk versus reward of if you want to play DAS on 19, you are more often not going to be taking more burns, and you're not having as much scoring potential there. As we can see, like with Cole right now, he's got to be taking some burns, bringing the stack down, and is set up now. But in theory, Dangler does have more leeway with stacking and can build up higher and can get more Tetrises that way.
And it's fascinating. I think Cole only scored one more Tetris during Noah's down stack, but he's closed, I think, the equivalent of 2 Tetrises worth of a score lead. And that difference is due to the fact that Noah is losing points where Cole might not be. And Noah is high up. He's not going to be able to gain any points. In fact, his score may decrease slightly. Look at it hover, 580, 590. Finally, with a triple, he's able to make some ground, but now it's back to the same dance until he gets this Tetris.
Ooh, and Cole with a misdrop there. Gonna get a Tetris, though. Bring the stack down. Oh, doesn't get that piece tucked the right way. I don't know if he was trying to go flat with it or fully try to get it left, but now has a big hole in the stack.
And even so, Cole has had a phenomenal level 19. He's closed this gap all the way from like 6 or one more than 6 Tetrises and is now down to like just 2.5.
Yeah, 100,000 point lead right now. Both players, nice boards. Cole is set up for the Tetris here, although blocking the well.
Yeah, Noah having to wait for one Tetris is able to nab it immediately at the second. Cole using that same bar to get a Tetris, and Noah Tetrising right back. About to hit level 29, and this is going to happen 100 lines after level 19. That part isn't changed, and we do have the level 39 kill screen.
And once again, Cole is still switching into the DAS grip every once in a while. Right now they're using roll there, but was mainly using DAS on level 27 there, really trying to save as many points as possible.
Both players right about to enter level 29. Noah gets their first 130,000 point lead. Make that 100,000. In this mode, you need to get Tetrises in order to gain a lead, and you need to get Tetrises in order to make comebacks. There is no point in playing safe. You will only lose. And they continue to play. Noah has increased his lead up to a Tetris. But Cole has a Tetris in hand, and he's ready, and he's waiting, and he continues to wait. Finally gets the Tetris, bar dependency in the middle. Will he get another bar to fill it out? Not before having to dig it out. First, uncovers it, gets the bar dependency. Noah, I believe, another Tetris in this time. And waits for the T piece to go to the left, just a slightly safer motion, a slightly less risky roll. Gets a Tetris, and he gets another one. This is incredible efficiency. But Cole is attempting to match. He is within 150,000. That's not that far off from the transition at the beginning, but he's digging, and Noah continues to Tetris. What is this rate?
Yeah, Dangler's really piling on the Tetris. There's another one right there. He's just been getting Tetris after Tetris, playing very clean here. Post 29. Another one right there. Temporary maxed out for now for Dangler.
Yeah, and just like that, the lead, 255,000 points. This is hard to recover, even if your opponent has topped out.
Oh, and that square's going to block the well.
Cole double flips.
And Cole's going to be done there at 743. And wait for it, wait for it. Okay, Dangler has won. Dangler's won.
All right. Yeah. Sure. And there is one caveat that we didn't talk about earlier, and it's that it's not enough to complete the chase down. You have to complete the chase down, realize that you've completed the chase down, and then make sure that you end the game before you make too many more inputs. We've seen situations where players are ahead and then end up losing the match during a chase down because they don't realize it. It's extremely hard to be focusing on another score in addition to your own board. It's level 29 of all things. And you know who will know this firsthand? Cold Buckets. Cold Bucket had this happen not once but twice in the earlier rounds, but it's equally important to note that it could have happened a third time, but he powered through and completed a chase down successfully. And that experience, I think, is formidable in a rule sets where nobody has played before.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it actually earlier in our silver finals that we had earlier today. Seb was doing a chase down on Max, got the chase down, but then took a few extra burns after to try and get a triple or Tetris just to make sure that he had fully overtaken the score there.
Right.
And so, as you've said a few different times, the only score that matters is the one that you top out with.
Yeah. We're having a little bit of a technical break right here. I have been working hard to customize our overlay software, Nestor's Champs, to account for all of the various quirks of the Exhaustion formats. For example, we're able to detect minus signs now. Normal Nestor's Champs has no way to do that. We're also able to have these graphs, which are unfortunately a little bit static right now due to the tech resets, but we'll be able to see them in full force for the next game. Our players have incremented their seeds. They are ready. We can count them down once again in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And just right there, I did see a 25-cent matcherino contribution in addition to the $21 I believe that was already added, and thank you, Wingfryer.
Oh, Wingfryer with the contribution code. Let's go.
Friend of the community. You can type exclamation point matcherino in the chat, and you'll get a link to our prize pool. It is entirely crowdfunded. It goes 100% to the players. And you can see how hard they're working. This is a cruel ROM hack. I am subjecting them through a lot. And I think it is the least we can do to like show them thanks for this show that they're putting on.
Honestly, I think my favorite part of the ROM hack is, especially when we get to the higher speeds and seeing the rolling, just seeing the Tetris difference go from like 0.94 to 0.93 to 0.92 to 0.91, just seeing like the slowly incremental change if someone has deficit.
Oh, Noah switching to roll right there, getting really high up for this drought, but he gets a Tetris, and I think this was actually a beneficial trade because he's able to have this very slight extra height on Cole. This means he's going to get Tetris ready immediately with that piece and a classic Noah Dangler adjustments for there. And again, having to sacrifice a few hundred points to do that, but in his mind, it is worth it, but perhaps it was not worth it to go for that T-spin. We'll see how he resolves it, and he does it with Das.
Yeah, beautiful resolve there for Noah, but Cole, clean board, getting a Tetris there, going up to 142. So about half a Tetris lead right now for Dangler.
Half a Tetris, and it's kind of interesting. I'm fascinated by this. Oh, what a skim.
Went for the skim instead of the T-spin.
The anti-T-spin, maybe learning from the previous instance. All right, it is kind of an equivalent move. I think it arguably has more swag because it shows his mental fortitude in resisting temptation.
Oh yeah, it's like if you really want to set up a Vitz.
But maybe I spoke too soon. This left well is the temptation that maybe his undoing.
Getting the right pieces so far. Beautiful flat burn
Both
there.
players are rolling. Both players are up high. This is not something they can survive. Guaranteed.
Cole
double flips.
Oh, misses the spin. Cole's going to be done at 141.
But Noah's not done yet.
No. Tetris there is in the lead.
And just like that.
And is going to top out just ahead.
Just by a hair. And what I was going to try and talk about was that I'm fascinated by this dichotomy of DAS versus DAS between people who aren't used to DASing, because this is not only a match that is determined by the relative DAS skill. This is also something that increases the volatility of the matchup, because I think both players are equally capable of stellar performances or unexpected mishaps.
Yeah, especially with trying to see how far you can push it with DAS, you might push it too far. And even if you think you can get out of it with rolling, it's just still needing to execute there. And as we saw there, Cole flew just a little bit too close to the sun there.
Okay, no, I thought it started with.
It was OF last time.
Okay. All right. Our players are ready. We're going to count them down. And 3, 2, 1. Tetris. It appears I've missed another about approximately $10 to the matcherino. Thank you so much. Was it Arbara? All right. Cox Danny J.
Cox Danny J. Woo.
My guy. Yes. Longtime friend of the community, as many of us are. And I'll say it once, I'll say it again. This tournament is only possible with the players. They are putting, like, in essence, parts of themselves into this process in order to, like, make this tournament happen. In order to, like, play Tetris, both in familiar and uncomfortable formats.
Dengler getting a T-spin there. So, I don't know, maybe he's feeling confident again. And interesting switching just to get as many pieces high left. So very fluid. I mean, we've seen people go exclusively DAS and then exclusively roll, but I feel like Dengler's trying to perfect the switching between the two more often than see switching into the roll there to just get some pieces left, immediately going back to DAS with the stack being lower.
Right, and we've also seen this with Cole, who was doing it even in level 19. And I have to think that was giving him a bit of an advantage, even though he had to, like, deal with had to deal with some situations. But both players in a very comfortable position right now. Cole with an overhang that can be resolved very cleanly with a very particular piece. And that piece is the J.
And there it is.
Noah, again, up high, waiting for the bars, waiting in the droughts. There is, I think, a golden window, basically very early.
Oh, look at that adjustment there. That was truly a Noah Dengler adjustment there.
Yeah. Dude is a certified stack maxer. And this seems to be his strategy. He is making all the moves that he would make if he was rolling, but he's using DAS for as many of them as possible. And he's trusting that, like, with his, like, world-class stacking skills, and I mean world-class, and then he is top one by many people's perspectives, he can take advantage of this idea to, like, get scores that no DAS player would even hope to get. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
But yeah, Cole right now opening up the well there. Dengler's getting a Tetris. Cole gonna fire back. About 66,000 point lead for Dengler at the moment. Oh yeah, so we are currently on the wonderful campus of the Massachusetts Institute for Technology. But the thing with it being a college campus is that the doors lock and you can have card access if you are a student. Although we, other than Fractal and we have
Taper.
And Taper.
And Lucy.
And Lucy. We have very few people with the access to all of our buildings here, and so people have been pinging in the Discord to let them into buildings.
Yeah, so Meme got locked out.
It's not like we need Meme for the final or anything, right?
Yeah, we could just leave her. Oh, she went to Clover?
All right.
Based. Yeah. All right, going into this game, looks like the stack maxing is manifesting into two and a half Tetris lead for Dengler. Sorry. Cole needing to work through this this trouble before he can begin to break into that, and he does so by rolling a bit. And I imagine he will wait till that Tetris and then switch back to DAS. That's honestly the best place to do it because the long bar for the Tetris is the one piece that, like, consistently falls down every single row.
Yeah, and I know, like, if I ever, like, need a break, like, I'm exclusively a DAS player. Like, if I need to, like, shake my hands out or something, I'm just going to do it whenever I get a long bar for a Tetris. And Cole's really gonna get a Tetris there into transition at 341. Dengler 422 transition. So about 3 Tetris lead right now, and gonna keep piling on the points. And although Dengler's going to almost exclusively play roll now, it looks like. But Cole's going to
assuming
keep
you're
going back and forth.
Cole's moving back and forth. He is indeed, and I believe pure roll on level 19 loses. It loses 150k points, pretty much. So if Cole is able to like match, there has to be two things to happen. If Cole is able to match pace and stick to dash the entire time, that's 60,000, make that 90,000 point lead would turn into basically a 60,000 lead for Cole. However, that relies on two things that are not guaranteed by any means, one of which is matching pace with somebody who can stack higher and make quicker placements, more complicated placements, let's say, and two, not having to switch to roll, and as we saw, Cole Bucket needed to roll in order to get out of that situation. And you got to make this trade-off because you got to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, well, in theory, the most important part is staying alive. It allows you to get Tetrises, and you need Tetrises really to gain points here in this game mode with the Exhaustion going.
Yeah, and another wrong piece for Cole, pretty much. Had a stack that could accommodate 6 out of all the pieces, and and the 7th one gave. We're playing Tetris. Noah Dangler's playing Tetris. Cole Bucket is playing Tetris. Noah Dangler up to a very comfortable lead.
Yeah, Dangler's just been piling on. Currently, about five, 6 Tetrises going right now. And Cole really hasn't been able to gain anything despite having fewer inputs thanks to Das, but there just hasn't been able to keep scoring pace.
But he matched Noah's most recent Tetris, and he is doing it with Das. So there is a bit of a gain already. We can kind of see it. We can see it within the fractional part. It was originally sort of in like the middle of the decimal, but now it's wrapped around.
And yeah, now it's underneath 4 now.
And slowly but surely, Cole is bringing this back by virtue of what might feel like doing nothing, what might look like doing nothing, but it is his decision. And now, even now, when he chooses to roll, he is merely matching Noah. So it is a strict improvement, but it's one that will have to be materialized into something more aggressive. As we reach the transition, Noah's there first and immediately goes for the Tetris, immediately misses. He will need to get another one.
Does get it over. Wow, that's beautiful there. Dangler about 900,000 right now. Cole's 745. Kind of just trying to get the board into a state where he can
Noah
build
got out of that so fast, and Cole's going to have to burn a couple.
He's going to be set up now. Needs long bar. Dangler, Spire in the middle here.
The left side is impossible, and the right side is cut off once again, and that seals it.
Yeah, Dangler's going to be done. 898, 420. So Cole, about just over 3 Tetrises. So that's really going to be 4 for sure, and possibly could be 5 Tetrises, depending on how soon it's able to happen.
Right.
And there's one of them, though.
Cole was able to slowly atrophy his way back into the game somewhat by using Das whenever he could, but that is no longer an option. Das doesn't have the mobility. It has to be roll. He has to lose points. And that is the trade-off he needs to make, and that is the trade-off he needs to survive this 30-piece drought with a Tetris. 1.29 Tetrises away. 2 is going to do it.
But he needs it. This is his tournament life on the line right now. 1.12, 1.13. It could be 1 Tetris and a triple. A triple will ever so slightly gain you points. There's the Tetris there.
But it's so hard. This is such an ambiguous boundary. It is right at the 13,000 points, and he has. We have seen previous games where players stay at this boundary for like tens of lines. But doubles and triples will contribute to this. That triple will do something, but it's not all of it. And even the next triple, I'm not sure if we can get all the way there. But he's going to try for it. He's set up high. He's waiting for a Tetris, but there's still a drought. Give this man a bar. He gets it. He completes it.
And Cole is going to take game 3 right there. Beautiful survival there. Took all the way to level 37 to get there, but was able to survive, able to keep the stack low enough. And as we, if we were playing traditional, all that lining out, he would have had it easily. but just because of the exhaustion, he's kind of at net neutral there, taking singles and doubles, and even a triple only gets you a couple thousand.
Right, it's Tetris is or bust. And that's especially true for Cole. He is able to prolong his tournament life just a little bit longer, gets closer to that game 5. Has to be one step at a time. Both players are ready. We count them down. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Oh, and Cole's using chat strats. Let's go! All right, so context. So you might have noticed that like a lot of players like usually lose like 100 points immediately because like obviously you have to press the move the first piece. But there are 2 ways around this. One of them is just to like not move the first piece and let it drop in the middle and like completely change all of your openers and stack around that. I think that's kind of cool, but what you can also do is realize, hey, I know my first piece is going to go to the left because like every opener is like that. What if I'm like holding left before I press start? And when you do that, your first press isn't while the game is active, but DAS is still increasing, so you'll eventually start moving your piece left.
You essentially start the game with fully charged DAS.
If Cole wins this by 100 points, everybody is going to do this for the rest of their lives.
For the one remaining match that we have.
Hey, who knows? We might run it back. I kind of like watching this.
This has been a lot of fun. But yeah, we're
Cole with the Leo. Showing like maybe he is frustrated that I glaze Noah Dangler, and that I overlook his superior stacking because he's also pretty good. He makes some nice plays.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Dangler's winning, so at least currently.
Yeah, but like 12,000 points. This is basically even.
I know.
This is basically even.
Now Cole's winning. Okay, so yeah, I can shut up now. Okay.
Yeah. Noah getting really high up. We'll probably see him switch to roll really soon and does it for that bar only and then just goes back. It makes the worst adjustment I have ever seen and is again high up.
Yeah, but it worked out.
No, it's not that bad. I just hate it on principle. Oh, Cole double flips. Maybe misread the board.
Oh, no.
And, can he get that over? He does. Gets another over. Squares. Nothing but squares. And that's it. And we have introduced so many new perils when it comes to exhaustion, but this is an old one. Tried and true, just the double flip, the unexpected input. I don't know if he misread that or if the controller spazzed out. There are any number of things, and they're all equally unfortunate.
I think there's one thing that still does take place here with exhaustion, and that's exhaustion. Players are a bit tired the second day. I mean, we have made it shorter, but it's still, players have had 2-3 matches, and it's just been long day, long travel.
No, but that's just how it is in tournaments. You play so many games, you have great moments. You can have so many great moments in the start, but the one moment you falter, and that's it. But that's the same case for everybody else, and you have to accept it. So everyone, give a hand for everybody. Are we? All right, we're gonna get an interview with both players, and our first person, be Cole Buckets. Hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing quite good. Okay. Do we care about seeing my? Do we go for like the podcast like sitting opposite of each other? I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, back in my head. That's fine. Whatever. We only care about Cole. Hi.
Hi.
So how are you feeling right now?
Obviously a little annoyed, but it's just how the tournament runs.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to program the ROM to give you 4 squares at that time.
There was 3 pieces it could have given me, and I would have been fine. It gave me none of them.
But yeah, so I do want to talk about that misdrop. Was that just double inputs, or did you like read it as a burn?
I thought it was a different piece that was coming next.
Oh.
So I set up for the double. Like, I think I thought it was an S, and it was a Z. So it didn't work
Oh,
out.
and then you went for the just flip just because out of habit, and then.
Yeah, and it just didn't work out. It is what it is.
Is what it is,
Yeah.
yeah. So over the course of this tournament, you've had to, I think disproportionately more than anybody else, like, really, I've had to like endure, I think, what I see as the most brutal chase downs by far. Can you tell me about your experience, like, as like you've gone through them? Do you feel like you became more comfortable with them?
Yeah, I think definitely during the Dangler chase down, I was more comfortable going for Tetrises and just playing it safe. In the Shadow Knight chase down yesterday, there were like 3 of them every single game, other than like 2. It was kind of a like shock how hard it is to chase down, because even if you're lining out, you're still losing points. So you just have to go for Tetrises.
Yeah, I think the psychology of it is pretty interesting because from maybe like a statistical point of view, a lot of these chase downs, like the most extreme ones even, are maybe like 5 or 6 Tetrises, and those are things that we expect to get pretty regularly. I think would even be considered disappointing for like a full kill screen run. And yet, I'm wondering, with this rule set, does it feel like it's like harder to like get those Tetrises?
Yeah, I mean, for instance, I think I was behind 100K when Dangler topped out in game 3, and normally that'd be like, okay, 100K, I need maybe 1 Tetris and I can line out. But then all of a sudden it's like, I need 3 Tetrises. If I take anything other than Tetrises, I'm not gaining any points, other than maybe like 2,000 points for triples. So it's definitely a lot harder than just playing it normally.
I can only imagine. I'm curious, we were talking about this on commentary, the 100 line transition. What are your thoughts on that?
I like it because I have to play less DAS.
Less DAS?
Well, so what was your strategy for how you took the DAS and roll switch?
Yeah, so when I was originally planning for this event, because I knew it's going to be a different format, I planned to just switch at 19, but I was practicing a little bit after my qualifier, and I realized, wait, my grip is really easy to switch from DAS to roll to. Like, even midway during shifting a piece, I can switch to roll that quickly.
Oh, so are you like holding a piece and then like moving your hands at the same time? Or, never mind.
No, but, so I basically just obviously full roll on 29, and then for 19, just whenever I felt like my board wasn't safe, I just switched to rolling, because then I can get the pieces over easier. I think I did this a lot better in the Dangler match than I did yesterday, and that's just because I got used to the ROM more.
Okay, I see. And are you using like the same DAS grip that you always use?
No, so normally I just hold it normally, but holding it up to my foot like I would roll just makes it easier to quickly switch.
I see. Is this something that like you might ever consider doing at like a normal DAS tournament, like for like alleged comfort purposes, or is it just...
No. but I do sometimes do this when I'm just normally playing DAS, because I want to be able to play out the games even if I just am going to top out with DAS, so that I can just switch to roll.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah. So it's the start of the year. 2026 is very open, lots of potential. Do you see yourself going to lots of other regionals? Do you see yourself like having any big tournaments in mind that you're looking to do well in?
We'll see. I mean, obviously CTWC is coming up, and the one tournament I really want to do good in, if it even happens, it's been delayed quite a bit, is Gauntlet. So if we actually get to playoffs, I would love to lock in and try to win that. And then
Shout out to Gauntlet, by the way.
Yeah. And then obviously Philly after CTWC, I would like to go back-to-back.
Back-to-back. I can respect that. All right, anything you have to say for the world? Anything for anyone?
I am hopefully hosting a 50-hour stream in 5 days on Thursday. This is going to be Colathon 2. We're going to be fundraising money to get some of your favorite players out to CTWC, and every $10 donated, I will have to go for 1 max out. So definitely tune in to twitch.tv/coalbucket2 on Thursday.
Can you name some of these players?
Well, me, obviously.
Oh my God, that's one of my favorite players.
What we're going to be doing this year is we'll just have the total amount fundraised, and then I'll look in the donation fundraising channel of CTWC, and any players that post there, I'll be like, okay, I could do 5% to this player, 10% to this player. Just spread it out more this year.
Spread it out a lot. That's really awesome. All right, I'm so glad to see you here, to see you make it out, and I'm so glad that you competed and that you did so well.
Thank you, Fractal. This was a great tournament.
Thank
other
you
than
very much.
DAS.
All right, give it up for Cole. All right, and if we could have Noah Dangler come up next, our other finalist. Woo!
All right, so I got to start. What's your take?
My take on what?
Your take on that one trivia question.
Subway takes.
Oh, I don't.
What's your take?
Wait, I mean, we could do this.
No, I've been advised not to talk about that
Oh,
anymore.
okay.
So I think I've said everything that I needed to say.
It's been a long time coming, hasn't it? It's getting here.
Yeah. The first year, bad timing, and then the second year, I think it was we had planned around it.
No, I feel so bad because I know you had already told me like what weekend was good, and then it was like afterwards that I realized I should like put out a survey to ask what weekends are good for most people. And
Yeah. Well, I mean,
everybody picked your.
you can't organize a tournament around one person, so it's not like.
I mean, I kind of want it.
Well, yeah, it didn't end up making it the first 2 years, but I'm here now. So.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see to see you doing so well too. Like just like after all this time, and I think you in particular had to fight through so much yesterday. Like maybe like emphasizing the exhaustion parts.
Yeah, exhaustion is definitely a good word to put my tournament run yesterday. I was very close to not showing up. I was about to message you and be
Yeah,
like,
I wouldn't
I'm
blame you.
dropping
You did not look very.
I was not well, so, but I was able to fight through it, and with the help of a lot of Advil and tissues and
a lot of Advil
stuff of that nature.
Do you have experience playing through like sickness?
No,
for
I do
tournaments?
not. I can't remember the last time that I had to play through while I was sick, because usually I just reschedule online.
You just reschedule. Okay. Yeah.
And I haven't been sick during it.
Has there ever been like something for like sailing where like you've had where it's come up?
No, because that's like summer season. I don't usually get sick.
Okay. Okay. Wow, this guy sails.
Yes.
Just in case you didn't know. So, I know you. I remember telling you about the gimmick pretty early on, and I know that I like gradually released more information about it, like in the months and days leading up to the tournaments. Did you have like your strategy like locked in from the beginning, or have you been experimenting with it?
Yeah. I had done a little bit of testing beforehand just to see, like, I'm not very competent at DAS at all, so I was like, is this even going to be viable for me to DAS on 18? And it turned out that I am just barely able to. So the plan from like the beginning was to DAS roll, like basically roll when I need to. I think though that set was a good example of like just rolling when I needed to and if I wanted to. And then I was always gonna full roll on 19 and 29.
How would you say like having to DAS on 18 like affects your stacking based on like when you were like rolling and like going for perfect games?
Yeah, I think DASing on 18, like, I honestly think I stacked a lot better because I was like, I was actually having to kind of be smart and manage risk because I was like, I'm gonna lose a lot of points if I have to roll and I get into a dig, especially. Like that's the big thing with this patch. I think was in one of the Scooty games where he got in a dig and that kind of killed him. Like he was down over 200K. And it's like really avoiding digs is, I think, the main thing with this tournament.
Right. No, if I can speak personally, I found I think my fair median transition for both roll and DAS is like the exact same, and like there is something wrong with that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense, and I think that having the hybrid is like kind of shows that where it's like I think there was some like Katie and Cobra, like I'm pretty sure Katie was outpacing Cobra, and Cobra. I don't know if he was full roll or not, but it's the
I
kind
think
of,
he was trying to DAS.
Yeah, I guess, but it's that kind of, like roll should be a lot better than it is.
Hey, I think it goes to show we have stuff to learn from DAS. There's the meme that DAS players are better stackers. I genuinely think there could be some truth to that. And
yeah, I think like I've never really played DAS before this tournament, and I think I'm learning a lot, just like even based off my tournament run.
Oh, that's awesome. So you got one more match to play today. And you're going up against me. What is your game plan? How are you going to play, and how are you gonna like maybe is there any conditioning that you might try?
Yeah, I think the plan is kind of the same. Just stay out of digs. I think one thing I've been trying to do is just wait for the other person to make a mistake, which I think is what I do in like open competition anyway. But this time it's like you really got to stay out of digs. So I think the plan is to just stay clean the whole game and try not to make any too big mistakes.
All right. Well, hopefully I didn't force you to like reveal too much of your strategy. But any last words for the audience, for the world, for anybody?
Shout out to my family over there. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you. We'll be seeing you in a little bit. All right. Give it up for Dangler. All right. We're going to be taking a short break, and then we'll be back with the match.
Just browser source, yes. We can start in like a couple minutes, so. Alright.
Are we doing one?
No, just bring them on. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna I'll call you up and then I'll tell you the basics. Okay. Let me find, I'll find Scooby and make sure that he knows.
Is there gonna be a third place match?
Scooter? Caleb wins again. Oh, I should up the average. It's right there. Oh, wait, well, I wrong. In the white shirt. I can't see Robert. Oh, Scooty! We're up. We did it. Yeah.
Okay. We are back. And welcome back. We are not doing the finals just yet. Both players have graciously agreed to, both players from the previous matches have graciously agreed for a third place match.
Yay.
We got a lot of extra time, so might as well. And this isn't, I want to iterate, this isn't for prize money. This isn't for like any like sort of status. We don't have anything for you. It is purely for the clouts. And that is also the reason why I think it's the perfect opportunity to try something a little new.
Let's get a little crazy.
Yeah. So we've seen over the course of this tournament that exhaustion is something that is prevalent in all aspects of the game, not just in the name. But there is one interpretation of the rules that I had wanted to avoid just because I had thoughts that it was just a little bit too cruel. But now when the stakes are zero, I think there is no chance to show it off. So this match will not be a normal best of 5 exhaustion match. It will be best of 1. It will start on level 18, and the winner is the one with the lowest score. The current world record is negative 1,800 points, set yesterday by Tetris Ranger. Can we get much lower?
I mean, based on Scooty's warm-up score, is that a new world record? Wait, what?
Yeah, okay, we can see Cole warming up. The truest form of the word exhaustion. What?
What?
Okay, we're fine.
Is everyone
and
okay?
I do not feel like I have the energy needed to fully commentate a match that is like this, so please welcome Shake, who will shake to everyone.
Wait, Fractal. No, sit there. Talk to the fans.
Shake, how are we doing? Shake, yeah, wait, Shake, sit here for right now, just and then, but then when we go to the match. So Shake, welcome on in. You can just hold it up to you.
I want to clip it on, all right? You
Fair
tell
enough.
me how to do my job, mister.
Fine. I'll just sit here with my kazoo.
There we go. Here we are.
Beautiful.
Is it on?
Yeah, you're on. You're on. You're
Wonderful,
live.
wonderful.
We're live. So yeah, I think Fractal came up to you with this idea last night. I didn't go out with people, so he came up to me when I got in today, and he's like, I have the best idea for a third place match.
He specifically asked me to commentate that. He says, you know, I think I know who will be perfect to commentate this one. So, you know, I mean, we'll see if our players can imagine a checkerboard today.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what all of the new strategies are going to be. You know, in theory, you can run net negative by just taking singles and moving the pieces as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I do see, looks as if both of our players are trying to practice going back and forth on the same piece, which
Yeah.
is something you absolutely would never do in a real game. And so it'll be it's interesting to see how our players,
Yeah.
fight their subconscious.
You know, unfortunately, we don't have Gerald Freeman here today, but the pro of min-out stacking. So we'll see how these players decide to try and clear as many singles as possible. It's definitely advantageous to keep your board lower since you can move the pieces back and forth more. But
Exactly. Ooh, very,
we'll see
very
if
triple.
misdrops become a factor because you still want to, you know, keep alive as long as possible to get that score counter as low as you possibly can. So.
But yeah, I think one of the best parts about all the 3 of the Boston T Parities that we've had is it's something different, and this is kind of very much so on the other end of completely different than classic Tetris, literally going for the worst possible score that you can get.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can make people do for a little bit of money.
They're hyper jolting.
By the way, exclamation point matcherino in the chat. So.
No difference there. Sorry.
If whoever wins this match, I will personally give you a $20 Walmart gift card.
And remember, this is going to be a best of 1. You get no second chance. You have to just take it and run with it. Players be good? Is that a new seed?
Yeah.
All right, do you want to switch that for the match?
Oh, yeah, let me.
All right, folks.
Break my neck.
We are going to count down this 3rd place match between Blue Scooty and Cole Bucket in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
There's no option for best of 1 in NTC, so I'm gonna just give.
Oh,
All right,
what
wonderful.
the?
So, looks like we've had a bit of a format change. We're doing a best of, what is that, 21? Oh, wonderful. Okay.
We're doing best of 99.
Currently, Scooty with the lead, but having to have a triple set up there. Oh, he's singling it out. I see.
Yeah, so Scooty currently negative 26,000, Cole only about negative 24,000.
Yeah, absolutely terrible stacks for Scooty, but
Oh, yeah. So yeah, Cole is keeping the cleaner stack at the moment. And Scooty just made a few more misdrops. Scooty's really trying to just get as many negatives as possible.
No. I will give you a $14 Walmart gift card. Or 1 Red Bull. It's up to you. So, lots of everything on the line in this 3rd place match here.
Yeah. Oh, it's both. They're. I don't know if this is like ankle and ankle or something. Really, just try to stay as low as possible and score. Oh, it's Scooty. Did Scooty got a Tetris?
It just.
All right.
That's life. That's life.
All right. This is.
Whether he's trying to go for rebirth or trying to get the minimum score possible, he can't help but, just score those Tetrises,
Yeah. Although, I don't know. He could be. No, he's just gonna burn it down. And Cole now the one that has the holes in the stack. Scooty with the lower board, although is unfortunately 1 Tetris ahead, so 1 Tetris behind. Is this behind or ahead? I don't.
I'm not really certain.
I don't know the nomenclature.
We're breaking new ground.
Yeah.
Is winning this mode really winning? That's my question. I'm the best worst Tetris player. You can go.
Yeah, no, that's no. But yeah, ooh, nice double talk there from Cole. Yeah, Cole currently in the lead, currently behind about 0.6 of a Tetris. So it's about negative 77,000, negative 68, negative 69,000. Hey now for Scooty.
Scooty coming back with it here. Looks like he's got the back and forth strats with the.
Yes, Scooty's brought this down to only about 30% of a Tetris.
What appears to be the Ludwig grip. So. Okay.
Oh. And players are about 70% of the way there to the transition. And remember, the points are slightly more on 19 and as you go forward. So we'll see how close they can get to getting back towards 0 possibly. Yeah, Cole really cleaning up the stack here, purposefully setting up to have a single. And I mean, taking singles is definitely the most point inefficient manner of scoring. So they're both doing as good of a job as they can. Cole has gone to negative 110,000.
Yeah, absolutely smashing Tetris Ranger's record. And I believe the winner of this match actually plays Tetris Ranger in the finals. So.
But yeah, the players are currently, so Cole is negative 116,000. Scooty is about negative 105,000. Both our players going into debt right now, so we're calling this Tetris.
Tetris, of course. Nearly rivaling my student loan here with these scores.
Yeah, and once again, the problem is the more you play, the more into debt you're going, so.
Yeah, of course, you know, just like with real life.
Exactly, it's just like. And Cole is, it's about 3,000 point difference right now, so both of our players doing equally terrible. But Cole is slightly worse off at the moment, which is to say he's winning but losing, but it's very confusing.
Yes, of course. Yeah, in many ways, Tetris is like life, you know.
Yes. And Scooty is almost set up.
Don't do it. Oh, dear.
Do it for the me.
Barely dodging the triple. Taking the double
No,
here. Ooh, 2 doubles for Scooty. Absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, really. But they're playing pretty consistent, though. It's about 3/10 of a Tetris right now. But Cole is still losing or winning. But Cole has more negative.
Scooty with perhaps the edge and experience of taking a double when you really don't want to, considering his crash game.
But yeah, the players seem to have kind of stalled out at around the negative 140,000. Although it's ever so slightly going negative, but you know, level 22 more points on offer than level 18, and the point penalty for how many inputs you take does not go up or down with the level changes. It's the same negative 500 for 30 hertz inputs, negative 320 hertz, and any other for 100 points.
You say 320 hertz?
I guess we're going back to last year's rule set of 320 hertz. No. So yeah, Cole now negative 166,000. Scooty negative 154,000. So that Tetris that Scooty took earlier really hurting him right now. And Cole getting a little high up right now. Although at this point, our players really can't do as much, you know, back and forth with the higher speed. So we'll see how far they can go into it and when they want to, in a sense, give up on purpose. Oh, beautiful single down stacking there from Cole to really not take any doubles. Oh, and Scooty could have gotten set up for a Tetris.
Just showing the least efficient game possible from Cole. Just absolutely wonderful clinic he's putting on here.
Yeah, Cole really doing well with that 0% Tetris rate right now, and Scooty a whopping 2% Tetris rate.
Yeah, absolutely atrocious gameplay we're seeing here. So.
And we are ever so close to the level 29 transition right now. Both players on level 27. Cole at negative 190,000. Scooty about 15,000 points ahead of that at a negative 175,000. And so I'm wondering, is the strategy to try and stay alive during 29? I don't know when like how far along into the transition it would be before you actually start gaining points, even with the amount of points you're losing thanks to the exhaustion.
And of course, the more
and there it
30
is.
taps you
Cole's
get.
gonna go in negative 197,000. Scooty negative 180,000. So Cole is in the lead in the negatives. Gonna keep taking these singles right now.
Absolutely wonderful platform burns from Cole.
Oh, and Cole's gonna top out at negative 207, 440. So, Scooty,
of course,
gonna need as many 5 taps as possible. Is currently about half a Tetris ahead right now, and it is ever so slight. Oh no, but he took
horrible double here.
He took,
horrible double.
Oh gosh, taking single after single. This could be too much for him to lose, especially before the double kill screen.
Hitting those 30 hertz taps might save him here, of course, with the extra penalty you get.
Yeah, you really need to have as fast as taps as possible right now.
It does seem like the lead is shrinking.
Yeah, it's only about 12,000 right now.
He's going to have to dodge this double here.
He's at some point. Oh, he's going to keep going. He's at negative 190,000. He's so close. He's getting too high on the board. He has to sell out. He's selling out. He's sold out. And he rolled. And Scooty, as he's topping out, coming in clutch at the end. And I guess the right answer was, let's see if topping out and just trying to throw pieces left and right is up on the board. And there it is, the number 1 answer, folks. Blue Scooty is your 3rd place Boston T Parity winner.
This is going on Wikipedia, right? Make sure we get on that, editor. It's a very important match here today. Blue Scooty being the winner of a $20 Walmart gift card. Please come to the front desk.
But yeah, Shake, thanks for joining me for whatever the hell that was.
That was, definitely one of the experiences I've ever had.
But, I mean, we... I will say, we saw this yesterday, with Cole, and it was on the other end, but it was like telling top out now so that you can win. And in this case, it was everyone telling Scooty top out with as many inputs as possible to lose. And it was just barely enough for Scooty to win there.
Absolutely incredible game. One of the worst Tetris matches of all time.
Quite possibly the worst. Guys, I think that breaks the world record for the lowest combined score in a match. I could be wrong on that. I think that's right. I could be wrong, though. But we are gonna transition over shortly to the finals. Just a reminder, we have the wonderful Meme playing the wonderful Dangler. Be sure to help out all of our competitors here. Donate to the matcherino. We're currently at $564.50. So I don't know if we have any more contribution codes, but get those free 25 cents in the pool. And anything else really helps, goes to all the players here, and we really appreciate it.
Of course. With wonderful matches like these, why wouldn't you want to donate, your whole life savings account, dump out that Roth IRA early. You won't need it. We're not making it that far.
Yeah, just don't worry about the penalty for taking it out early.
Yeah, think about the penalty these players have to face. With exhaustion.
Yes.
Just continuously rolling, destroying their controller. all for our entertainment, you know.
Yes, but yeah. And just remember though, this is not necessarily the most normal Tetris, but we will be back with so many events throughout the year. We are gonna have so many different regional tournaments, so many majors. We have Genesis coming up in a month or so, I think.
Yeah,
I don't
of course.
know the exact date on that. But of course, we're gonna have those. We'll be having Tetris friendlies on the Classic Tetris channel.
The Toast Invitational.
The Toast
in
Invitational.
Minnesota, Sunday, January 25th, $20 contribution.
Ooh, shout out to our boy GB Toast. Toast, wonderful restreamer, saying, come to the Toastress Invitational in Minnesota, Sunday, January 25th. So, thank you to Toast, everyone. We love Toast. But yeah, we're gonna have more regionals, some Tetris friendlies. Be sure to check out the Classic Tetris 24/7 channel if you just want to hang out, watch the archives. I don't know what's going on there right now. It could be last year's Boston T Parity. It could be 2012 World Championship. Who knows? I actually genuinely don't know how many different regionals are on there. It could be me in Hartford. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. You know, just everything. And yeah, you know, Boston T Parity, very fitting. We have this, you know, in January every year, just setting the bar as low as humanly possible. Quite literally, with the lowest combined score world record. We'll see if we can beat that at Genesis this year.
Yeah.
Wonderful matches.
Well, I say every year, I don't know how this event can get any better, and yet somehow it just keeps getting better. As much as I have enjoyed the counter picks from the previous years, I've been really enjoying the Exhaustion. I think one thing that Fractal was trying to do last year with the speed hacks was to make rolling and DAS and tap on a more even playing field. And I think that Exhaustion has kind of done the same, but even a little more so.
Yeah, and I've definitely heard from a lot of players this tournament. They love this mode a lot. If you'd like to try it for yourself at home, and you happen to have an emulator, I believe you can ask Fractal, and he may be able to help you out for that. Or you can join the 4-block Discord.
Yes, yeah. Feel free to sign up to the Classic Tetris Discord and any of the other Discords we have for all of the various events we have. But especially for Fractal, just go to the 4-block Discord to learn as much as you can about Boston T Parity 4 whenever that gets announced. I don't know what we're going to call that one. We're going to have to come up with another sequel name.
Yeah, Forston, maybe.
Okay, Fractal has been calling this the Boston 3 Parity, but this is not how he stylized it. He has stylized it as the 3oston T Parity.
It's true.
He has written, it is also, we're in Cambridge. I've said that the past 3 years, okay?
We can see Boston.
Boston's right over there. It's right across the river. But, okay, but Fractal has been calling this Boston 3 Parity, which is a wonderful name, but he has stylized it as 3oston T Parity. So, I don't know what to say. But yeah. But yeah, we're gonna take a break. You do not need to go directly into the finals after that. So we are gonna take a short 10-minute break. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks, and be sure to be back for the finals.
Hark! We have an announcement to make. Please go to the front of the stage to take a group photo. That is all. Thank you. Minstrel?
If you played.
if you played.
I love me. I had like a zinger every 5 minutes, but like I was struggling. Normally the bits just flow because I can just roast the players, but like they're supposed to play bad, so I don't know.
Who's taking the photo? Where's Justin?
Justin, who's taking the photo? That's a question. That's not a statement.
Let's have a player photo.
Can I get okay to the front of the stage, please?
Oh, bruh.
Family photo. Rock, can I get a clean family photo? He did it! Okay.
They can wait.
Stats for posterity.
That was the most legendary sound I'm so upset about that.
Here, come in during final and just like do it and then leave.
Yes! Yes! Absolutely! That is the play.
Here,
I just need a second after you
transition
walk up
game
to set it
one,
up, but I'll make
go
sure
up,
it's set up.
and then I'll prep you with commentary. Like, I'll be like, he's waiting for the Tetris and. Okay.
fully committed to trying to compete for that. So I don't know if I made it at all. I think I did 430 up from 30. I can honestly started your stream, that would be ideal. So I'll probably have a good chunk of viewers that just rage you with.
Yeah, I mean, that would be ideal. Obviously, if you can't make it that way, it is.
I figured that's why if I also do it, I'll never be tempted to break that record again.
Yeah, because my longest was from last year, which was 26. I'm gonna try to double it.
I don't mind doing 10-hour streams that I do for the TNT show and whatnot because I don't even think about it. I just have so much fun watching people play. The 21-hour one was sort of its own vendetta because at the time, Rory was like he had supposed things like, oh, I just did the most heat my EMS in one session. And how many was 30?
That's actually
okay.
That's actually so creepy.
And she's thought, so I mean,
What's the age?
I know
10 years.
I would not get however many knocks out second.
Oh, I didn't.
I didn't. I'll update it right now.
I never stayed awake. 6 hours and that was
Today. So we've got these two shirts in front of me, and he goes to me, he goes, sit here, right?
Because I have the document for like all the rules. Because there's a lot more than like on stage. It's just it's easier to speak about.
No, I think it's a
But it'll be fun.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Welcome to MIT Fest.
Oh, hey, Madeline.
Hello.
I think you were talking to someone. I was.
I was scared he was going to run on stage right now.
You literally almost.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I said, yeah. My voice cracked.
You have 3 minutes. Make it snappy.
And then it says soon. My fawn is there.
Yep.
Or sorry.
You want to sit there so you can see and then swap your seat.
Huh?
Swap your seat. Do you want there to be camera?
Nah. Or like, yeah, just do the walk-ons. Focus on them.
So we're gonna start. Are we doing walk-ons like immediately?
Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah. All the way over there.
$600 on the dot for the matcherino. Hashtag or exclamation point matcherino for the prize pool. Will be started very, very soon. That guy is, you can see him sitting, waiting expectation. All the numbers on his back. Welcome, welcome. It has been a long day, but we have at last arrived at the final of our 4 stupendous matches for Boston 3 Parity. This is the grand finals of the gold brackets, and our first contestants, I need to make sure I get the order right, is somebody who has been conquering her demons in more ways than one at all the tournaments she plays in. She is a traveler, goes to every live event there is. I knew that she wouldn't miss this event, for she inspired it. Give it up for meme of all time! And for our next contestant, a man who has also fought a similar battle before making it onto the stage, battled sickness, battled rescheduled vacations, battled everything, battled me at some points, and had to battle some pretty tough opponents to get here. But he is here, and he is using his unique strategy of just like stack maxing to the max. Some call him a genius. I call him Noah Dangler. All right, we're gonna give our players a few minutes to get warmed up. I'm joined here by the one, the only, the greatest Austrian of all time, Tiggy.
I think Mozart's got a pretty good case, but thank you.
Nah, man.
But yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, we're here for the final. I've been asked by Fractal to be here. It's kind of hard to watch. Like, I don't think you can see it on the stream, but like I'm having to really crank my neck up just to see the scores.
Oh my God.
And hopefully I don't put my head.
The negative 207,000 still on the. That graph is so funny,
bro. It's like that meme of like, you know, like time traveler moves a rock, and then these are all the Tetris matches in the alternate timeline, you know.
Yeah. We've been busy having our fun, but let's talk a bit about this format. Can you tell me about Exhaustion?
Yeah, of course, Exhaustion is the format where it's kind of a genius way to integrate people, to encourage people to play DAS and slower play styles. So depending on how fast you move your inputs, you lose points corresponding to it. So as we've seen it realized, it's mostly kind of the meta has been 18 definitely play with DAS because you lose a lot of points with rolling. It's so much so that the advantage you gain by rolling is negated by the penalties you get on 18. On 19 speeds, it's a little more complicated. Some players have played DAS if they're really confident with stacking efficiently. Some players have opted to just roll, and obviously on 29 you have to roll. But it's also made one of the things that's been really, really fascinating for me, especially yesterday with some of the matches, was that the chase downs on 29 were really fascinating because, of course, you can't take your time with trying to chase down a score. You need to Tetris efficiently because before you know it, if you have a 1 Tetris chase down, if you take too long, it can turn into a 2 Tetris chase down just because of the penalties and not scoring Tetrises. So, you know, we've seen kind of the meta, players adapting to the meta. On 29, they really have to go efficient from the start. And sometimes it's kind of just worth going all out. And maybe you top out a little earlier, but you set a much higher target for your opponent instead of trying to play safe and maximizing your score as you would in a normal game.
Yeah. I think there are a lot of very interesting properties. Some of them were intentional. Some of them took me, even me, the creator of the ROM hack, completely by surprise. And we're gonna see all of them in person. We got a best of 5 matchup between our 2 best players from the best players overall. We've had Noah setting some very impressive plays, especially while like being completely sick on the during the first day, where like he had to play I think at least one decider, maybe even more.
Yeah, I mean he's had a very tough road because he had to face Ramations in the first round. And Ramation's very, very good roller. You could really see kind of a roll battle. And with Dangler especially, I feel like you've kind of seen him evolve. Obviously, he does try and play some DAS on 18. But yesterday, it looked a little bit clanky. Like, he's pretty good with the roll switches. But I noticed today, in that set against Cole, his DAS on 18 was really good. He could go for a lot of the adjustments he normally makes with rolling. So I feel like he's adapted as the tournament's progressed.
I was especially impressed by Noah's DAS. He said in the interview that he doesn't consider himself a very good DAS player. He definitely could have fooled me.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Because on 18, the thing about players like Dangler, they have the stacking down. The only reason they're not good DAS players is because he's not played it and his control is probably pretty garbage, right? So on 18, that's less of a problem. So if he can just get a game going where he doesn't really misdrop, then he can stack as he can while playing DAS and avoiding the penalties. So, you know, he's been a very effective player in this format.
And Dangler, of course, known for his prowess in the level 18 and 19, but Meme known for her prowess in level 29. Look at this efficiency. Look at how high that she stacks for that Tetris, and look just how she pours them on. She is definitely, or at least from my understanding, kind of a momentum-based player. She gets on these very strong rolls in tournaments, and when she is in top form, it is essentially just like playing against a brick wall, because how do you beat somebody who plays perfect?
Yeah, and of course Meme, a very accomplished player with DAS as well. We've seen her initially play DAS on 19, so I'm interested to see if she'll go back to that, but she's been rolling on 19 for the last 2 matches at least. On 19, she's a really good player. I mean, I have to say, like back in like late COVID days, like 2021, I remember playing against her in DAS in a final of a very early DAS tournament, and I could see just how good her post-transition was. It was really suffocating playing against her because she just went on these runs. We'll see if she decides to go back to DAS or if she's going to stick with the rolling on 19. But yeah, we can see obviously very accomplished in both play styles. So.
For sure. I've been so happy that we've seen the full gambits, the full, I think, spectrum of possible play styles. I think the most common of them is DAS 18, roll 19, roll 29. We've seen some people who go DAS all the way up go pure DAS all the way up to 29. We see some people try and play DAS as much as they can on levels 18 and 19, but will willingly switch to roll just to get that little extra aggression. We've even seen a couple of tappers, and tapping is interesting too. The way that this ROM works is that you're penalized more for going faster, and because tappers aren't as fast as rollers, it works out that they still get something of an advantage so long as they're able to stay clean and convert on the stacking. All right, so now our players continue to warm up. We're gonna ask that they wrap up within like the next minute or so, but there's no rush. We've been willingly taking like so many breaks, and I think we still might finish ahead of schedule, as this is unprecedented for a Tetris tournament.
Yeah, I mean,
or unprecedented for American Tetris tournament, I should say.
Especially T Parity.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been to a Tetris tournament where we finish on time. To be shout out to Mark and CTWC DAS last year, because I think we actually finished on time there. So yeah, but just on your point about like the different play styles, one of the most fascinating matchups, and I really encourage people to rewatch it if they haven't seen it live. It was Dangler probably in his toughest test against Wallbant yesterday, and Wallbant, if you've been following, has been a really, really strong DAS player the last couple of months, and he was just playing DAS all the way until 29, and then Dangler, probably out of all the players who made it far, is probably the player who's incurred the most penalties. There's not a stat for that, but just from watching, I get that feeling. So to see that the clash of playstyles going into the decider between the mostly roller versus the mostly dasser was really fascinating.
All right, our players are going to be entering seed, then we'll get thumbs up, and then we'll get started. By the way, we got a prize pool.
Yeah, we do. If people would like to donate to it, I don't know if I'm going to see any of it, so I don't know if I'm motivated to encourage you to donate to it. But in case I do get any money, I encourage you to pay us money. If not, then I guess you can. But exclamation point matcherino in the chat, and you'll get the link for it. I don't know if we still have any contribution codes. Ooh!
Oh my God!
Who is that?
Who's that? That's
Wow.
crazy.
Wow!
Crazy?
Thank you
That
to
was crazy.
Fractal161
Oh my
for
God.
the donation.
Thank you to Fractal161 for the donation. I have seen this man, and technically I've never seen him with my own eyes, but I've seen him like through like a mirror or something once. And he is a guy, I think. All right, players are ready. You want to count us down?
All right, the finals of the third edition of the Boston T Parity about to commence in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Oh, Noah immediately makes an adjustment to diverge the stack.
Yeah,
Let's
you know.
see who gets Tetris ready first. It's Noah. Does he get rewarded with a Tetris? Oh, and me miss drops right before she can get Tetris ready. Tetris for Noah. Tetris for me.
Yeah, you know, you can see it. I really like these cameras that we have today. We couldn't really see the hands too well yesterday. We can see the player's hands, and you can notice that Dengler's basically just playing his roll grip, but you know, dassing while holding his controller like that. Meme with a more traditional dash grip, but she's been more than comfortable with the roll switches as well.
Yeah, and I have experimented with using the roll grip for DAS. Like, it's kind of nice, even if you're in a normal tournaments, where you can kind of just like let your hands rest for a little bit, just press a button, let the pieces move themselves. But I do find that it's much more uncomfortable than my normal grip for DAS, and I imagine that most of these players like are using these like hyper specialized grips specifically for this tournament so that it's easier to switch to roll.
Yeah, I mean, on some degree, definitely. You also have to consider Dengler, obviously, as we said in the introduction, not known as a DAS player, so he doesn't have much of it doesn't gravitate towards a traditional DAS grip anyways. So, you know, this is probably the most DAS he's played with this grip. So.
And maybe that speaks to what you were saying earlier about noticing him improving over time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have noticed just players in general who have an easier time grip switching, like that's definitely a big thing. It's kind of a throwback to the old days. Remember when rolling was new and people didn't really feel comfortable with rolling all the way? So they would often just grip switch and play their normal play style they're comfortable with, and then roll when they needed to. But anyways, in this game right now, Dengler taking an early 100,000 point advantage. As we say, both players still playing DAS, so both players, we've seen it when they've gotten up high. Obviously, they are comfortable roll switching when they need to, but for now, both players have mostly just played DAS from what I've observed.
Score difference is about 4.3 Tetrises according to our fancy calculator, powered by Nestor-Champs, by the way. Shoutouts to Nestor-Champs. It is the overlay software that we're using. It is looking at the pixels on the screens of fuzzy Nest captures and rendering them in high definition, and provides the infrastructure for me to fairly easily create a lot of the statistics that you're seeing. I did have to modify it in order to, for example, support negative scores, to add animations and visualizations for situations where the points decrease, but a lot of my ability to do so is because I had this wonderful foundation by Yobi. So everyone say, thank you, Yobi.
Thank you, Yobi.
Wow. Really nice decision there from Dengler not to go for the spin tuck, just going for the roof burn. Really nice to see. I mean, he's very known. Shake!
With $100.01 contribution, this piece of 1 second.
All right, but for now, Dengler still maintaining this 100,000 point lead. I do have to mention, I'm not sure if this was the last time they faced off, but pretty sure at a regional, definitely the last time they faced off was actually at Northeast last year, where Dengler played, wow, Fractal with the contribution.
Thank you, Fractal.
Thank you, Fractal. Yeah, and actually, Dangler was able to take that in the semifinals above Meme, and then had a very easy final, and was able to win the Northeast Regional last year.
We got a bit of a... By the way, I don't mean to interject, but we're about to hit transition. We modify the ROM to start 30 lines earlier, just because it's just for the fun of it. All right, so now Meme is looking to get clean. She is set up. She is waiting for the bar. We'll have to wait a little bit longer, though, but is now Tetris. Dangler has also reached Tetris. Meme is ready, and Tetris for Meme. Thank you to Orlando. He is here to push the button.
Yeah, as we've noticed.
Okay. Everyone say thank you, Orlando.
Thank you, Orlando.
And looks like Noah is able to get some Tetrises on the board himself. Meme will have to wait a little longer.
Yeah, it's looking like it's not going to be too much of a clash of playstyles here. Both players just rolling on 19, seemingly just shaking hands and deciding we're both going to roll, and whoever's more efficient gets the lead into 29. But right now, Dangler playing a very clean game, has a couple of troubles up high, but opens up his left side and is ready for a Tetris once again. Meme currently at 414,000. Dangler with that Tetris going up to 606. So a very decent pace here for Dangler. Obviously, penalties notwithstanding, this could be a decent pace for maybe even a max out into the 29 transition.
Max out into level 29. He would have to be pretty efficient on level 19 from here on out, but pretty efficient is this guy's middle name. Adrian 1018 with the 1851 contribution. Thank you, my guy. Adrian, of course, is a name somewhat associated with Dangler because while Dangler is the best human stacker, Adrian is the person who created the best robot stacker and is continuing to make it better. And true story, he's made a AI so perfect that it can get a perfect game into level 29 like about 6% of the time, and if he's increased that by 1% since then that's like even stronger.
Currently, Dangler still continuing with this very efficient 19 play. Tetris into 26 at 788, so it's going to be tough maybe to get the max out into 29, but either way, most important thing, he's enjoying an almost 200,000 point lead, Meme able to reduce it a little bit with that Tetris.
Yeah. We've seen from a lot of these games that the levels before level 29 play a much more significant role in determining who is the winner because these digs are magnified, and Noah was talking about this. His strategy is to not get into digs on the earlier levels, and it seems to have paid off here. Meme, on the other hand, is exceptional at 29. Very, I think, an incredible blend of consistency with the ability to still output high scores, but consistency will not be a factor if she can't even get there in the first place.
Yeah, Meme in this stage has 7 lines to work with. Does have the well reopen. It's a mess on top of her board, but just wants to get that Tetris just to alleviate some pressure, and gets the Tetris into 29 at 688. Dangler with a 900K transition, so a very big lead here for Dangler, and he's going to try and keep the efficiency up, just not give Meme any sort of opportunity to get back into this game. Meme having to do a couple of burns, but is now starting to get back into Tetris-ready shape.
And Noah gets the max out. Will he be able to keep it? He misdrops to the side, and he has lost the max outs, and he continues to spiral. His board is getting out of control, but so is Meme's.
Yeah, Meme needing a 999, but I'm not sure she's going to be able to get out of this. And Meme going to top out, and Dangler striking first in the finals.
998,000. Almost a max out, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. You'll see these divots on the graphs. That is Nestor's. That is Nestor Champ's tomfoolery. It happens. But taking a look at the cost graphs, we can see there's a pretty big spike in the first third of the game for Noah, and I think that must have corresponded to a situation where he was really high up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. From what I remember, he didn't actually get into a dig. He was just so up high and didn't really feel like burning with DAS. So just switched to roll and played up high, and then when it was lower down, switched back to DAS.
And it's an interesting trade-off to make because are you guys ready? Actually, yeah. All right. Seeds look good. We're gonna count them down in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Meme with the chat strats. Chat strats being so. You can see that Noah lost 100 points initially because obviously you have to press left in order to move pieces into the correct openers. But what Meme did is she held left before starting the game so that the piece would begin to move left by charging DAS all the way throughout. And that way she had an early advantage of 100 points against Noah. The other thing that you can do in this situation is to dead drop the piece, but then this creates 49 different openers, which is not something that people generally haven't chosen to do. They've been thinking that the 100-point difference at the start isn't all that significant. But we'll see. Seems like everything matters.
I mean, one of the things you notice about Dangler, obviously, as we've mentioned, gotten more and more comfortable with DAS as the tournament's progressed, especially with the adjustments. You can see him there, roll switching. Summer Burst, thank you for the 66 plus 1 cent contribution. But Dangler here, you can notice he's doing a lot more adjustments, and I have to say, while I was playing, I noticed this. It was a little bit messing with my head. Obviously, when you go for an adjustment, you have to tap. Ryan Dangler, thank you for the $1. When you go for an adjustment, you have to kind of incur a tiny penalty, and even though it's not so big, just seeing that red on your score can kind of mess with you, so you kind of have to actively tell yourself, like, okay, the adjustments are still worth it, even if I lose like 100 points, you know?
Yeah, I want to emphasize, we have the red flashes on the score in this overlay, but they're also very much present in the actual ROM itself. It's a visual indicator for players to like sort of inform them like what is happening, that something is changing.
And so far in this game, Dangler behind by about a Tetris. And as Fractal said before, like it's just so crucial to have a lead into 29. If you saw the match between Scooty and Meme, the tides really shifted. It was a reverse sweep from Meme, and it really shifted once Meme started getting these leads into 29. So in the last game, we saw Dangler with a huge lead and was able to take home the game. But so far, Meme with a slightly more efficient start. We'll see how it continues. Dangler's board not too great. Needs some pieces for the left side.
This is the exact situation he has been trying to avoid. He's been trying to stay clean above all else, but unfortunately that is not always possible with this game. But as a top Tetris player, you have to learn how to deal with it. Everyone does. No matter how good you are, you can never escape the worst situations, and that's just life, you know?
Yeah, you know, I remember the Game 5 of the 2023 finals, and I'm sure you'll remember it since you played in it. The World Finals between Sidnev and Fractal. And in Game 5, I remember it was just like the worst seed in human history to start with. And both players.
9 bars at transition.
Yeah, like both players. It was kind of interesting, you know, the World Final coming down to who can deal with terrible pieces better rather than just the standard decent pieces and getting high scores. But Dangler here has switched to DAS. This is still a little bit dirty of a board, but it's low down where he can safely deal with the DAS, but is still behind Meme, though, with some mess on her board, and gonna have to burn this down. So very big opportunity here for Dangler to maybe take back the lead, but just as I say that, a misdrop there for Dangler. He's gonna get the Tetris and gonna try and burn out of this efficiently.
There's a way to solve this with exactly 2 burns. He has it set up. He needs 1 more perfect piece, and he gets it. But not before taking a bit of a precautionary measure that will cause 1 more burn. But it's water under the bridge.
And we could see their Meme had the opportunity to go for a dirty Tetris, but decides to just burn it down with a couple of triples. Sensible play, since we're so close to the 19 transition. And here it is, Meme transitioning at 399, Dangler transitioning at 326. So in this game, it's Meme who has the advantage going into level 19. We'll see how it plays out. Right now, both players are clean. Dangler with the Tetris, Meme with the Tetris.
The full force of Noah Dangler has been unlocked immediately after switching to full roll. He does like 2 adjustments right at the row.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing Dengler play when he's at his peak, he's had a bit of a fall from grace recently. He fell out of the Premier poll entirely for the last month. But seeing him play here, we're really seeing the best of Dengler. And when he's going, just how fluid his adjustments are, his rolling is really mesmerizing to watch. I've really enjoyed watching him this tournament.
Despite this, Meme is keeping up. And she has been known to be exceptional for a while, and this is nothing to contradict that. So far, she's going to be able to get out of this in just a few burns. It's set up a little aggressively, hinting a dirty Tetris setup, but will probably choose to take the standard dig. But during this time, the gap has closed pretty significantly.
And you know, I honestly think like if this were the normal format, Meme probably does go for that dirty Tetris. It wasn't too risky, but you know, as you say, in this format, you just gotta try and stay clean and just go back to standard right wells as fast as possible, and that's exactly what Meme did. Right now, we're running into a drought. Meme able to survive it, gets a Tetris, and so does Noah. Yeah, so right now, about a 1 and a bit Tetris lead here for Meme.
But she's not able to fill in the right side of her stack, so she's putting it all to the left. And is getting every coin toss wrong, so that's a triple, and the stack is not in a substantially better shape. Finally a single, finally a Tetris. But during this time, the lead, how did the lead go up, actually?
Magic.
Magic. Oh, Noah has more lines than hens. So it looks to be relatively even.
Yeah, Dengler here having to take a double, and but his Tetris ready once again. Has a clean board, nice L for the left side, and gets the Tetris down. Meme having to reopen her well was Lombard dependent. Decides to just go for the Tetris, but now has to burn this down from the top. So this could be Dengler's opportunity to take a lead into 29.
Right, it was a 1 Tetris difference, and Meme had to burn at least 4 lines. I think that's now up to 5. If Dengler is able to get bars in the right time, there he is. He's right back in it.
Yeah, so, but compared to last game, still, Dengler had that huge lead. This is much closer, so obviously 29 will be more of a factor. As we said, 29 efficiency is so important.
Avi with the $70 contribution, thank you very much. Another friend of the community. We are at $1,000. That's ridiculous, man. Noah has increased his lead to about a Tetris, but no, the Meme has 4 lines in hand. It's basically a dead heat.
Yeah, so this is going to turn into a straight 29 shootout between the two players. We'll see how it works out. Obviously, both players will be encouraged to be as efficient as possible, even more so than normal. So Meme transitioning into 29 with 732. Has a little bit of a mess, but able to burn it out with just 1 single. Dengler about to hit 29 with that Tetris. 755 for Dengler, 726 here for Meme. Running into a drought here at the start of 29. Not optimal whatsoever.
Their score is oscillating back and forth, back and forth. It has not increased at all, but it will increase with that Tetris, and Noah's misdropped.
But some nice rolls there for Noah, getting some pieces over to the left side. And it seems to be clean once again. Is ahead by a Tetris, but now having to do a couple of burns. Shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Meme stack is pristine, and it is rewarded aptly with a Tetris. Noah similarly so. That was like almost the same stack, it felt like. Both were gorgeous.
Yeah, and this is turning into a real shootout here. Both players just trading the lead back and forth with these Tetris, but Meme into a mess. Gets a Tetris to alleviate a lot of pressure. Now can get pieces over to the left side.
And Noah gets the Tetris. That's a definite lead for him.
And Noah with a much cleaner board. Meme having to burn out of this as quickly as possible, but another misdrop here from Meme. Oh, and doesn't get the T all the way over, and Meme's gonna be done. Noah wins game number 2.
What a match. Noah proving that he can hang on all aspects of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the stack maxing pre-29, it's the 29 as well. Had a couple of troubles as well, but able to get out of them flawlessly. And 2-0 lead, has 3 opportunities to take the title, but Meme, not a foreigner to the situation, was 2-0 down against Scooty and was able to reverse sweep. So she'll need some of that magic once again.
It's possible that she has him right where she wants him. Looks like both players are ready. We'll count them down, not keep them waiting. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. We lingered on that cost graph at the end for a bit, and we can see once again that Noah was being forced to to tap/roll a little bit more in the early level 18, as evidenced by the greater presence of red in the earlier stages. So he's going to be looking to cut down on that.
I mean, he might, but that's the thing. Like, from what I remember, Dangler a lot of the time, yeah, of course, he has to switch to roll whenever he's in a mess, which is obviously the least optimal thing you can do. But a lot of the time, he's just switching to roll just to stay more efficient and just to stack up higher. So, yeah, as we say, Dangler really growing into this mode, maybe a little bit unexpected. Obviously not known as a DAS player, as we've said about 1 million times already, but he's really been growing in proficiency in this mode. And at the start of this game, Dangler with a slight advantage, but Meme has some troubles on her board. Is set up for a dirty Tetris.
He's been on the center wall for forever, and the bar is absent until it isn't, until it is, until it still is, and there it finally go for the Tetris. That deserves 5 big. And there's another one. It's a timeshare program. We'll spread them out throughout the rest of this game.
But as we've seen, like you say, it's so crucial to be ahead, and right now Dangler able to take an early advantage has just had a very pristine start. A 89% Tetris rate. Wow, ooh, never seen before.
8-9. Meme is like kind of high up. I'm not comfortable with it. Oh no, she's rolling. She's fine. But kind of an inverse situation to the first 2 games, where now it's Meme who's having to being forced to use her roll a little more often.
And she's already switched back to DAS, even though she's not fully clean yet, but just saying, yeah, this is totally doable with DAS. Although as I say that, is forced to build more bad stuff on her board.
I like that adjustment from Meme. So simple, can be done with pure DAS, just by holding down the button and choosing when to rotate. It was with a T piece. And it was a small optimization, but it saved 100 points. If you do a lot of those throughout the entire game, that can make an impact.
Absolutely. But right now, Dangler, like in game number 1, is enjoying a very strong lead, currently at over 100,000 points. Dangler, though, with a couple of not so nice situations, is going to have to burn out of this. But it's going to be efficient as long as he gets an L piece, and he does. Of course, he does. Oh, going to go for an adjustment, and with a double, he is out of that situation.
Boom, Tetris for Noah. Oh, wait, sorry. Tetris for Noah. He has a great lead, and this is a great position for him because these leads on the early stages of the game so important. And he's doing it with DAS. Yeah. There's a stigma of like players who are carried by roll. But I think so many times like people show that they're good at the game because they understand the fundamentals and they can put in the time. Oh no, he misdropped.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Dangler's much of a masochist, but he really does have a lot of potential with DAS. Like, if he wants to start playing more DAS tournaments, of course, with his stacking, he would be a very, very strong player.
He's a real DAS player. He's already shaking his head when you suggest that.
Yeah, so, I mean, maybe we'll see Dangler at the next Jonas Cup, but Dangler...
Breaking into the roll, needing to fill that left side. That wasn't necessarily a fatal, even if he chose to stick with DAS, but losing like a few thousand points versus having to burn a bunch of points and lose like potential Tetris lines.
Yeah, I think regardless of what the points say, I think it's just also just a question of comfort. So, you know, maybe he's less used to just burning in this situation. He's just going to switch to roll and get it done easily. We're into 19 here. Dangler, with this 100,000 point lead, has a bit of a mess. Meme is now clean and does get 1 Tetris back, but now lots of squares on the right side of her board and has a hole on her board. So, okay, probably just going to decide to start stacking on row 2.
Yeah, but still. Pretty sizable lead for Noah, but I don't think it was quite as large as its highest points in level 18.
Yeah, Meme able to bite into the lead just a little bit and continuing to play with this row 2 setup. But Dangler's now fully clean, so now can just start chaining these Tetrises together. There's another Tetris for Dangler, so...
Dangler sees the blank. And misses the adjustment. How could he? How could he do that? Again, he gets a tuck. So I guess... No, but he's still waiting. He gets punished for just like making one bad play, and that is Nest Tetris.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. You would think with how good Dangler is, he would get the top player privilege of just getting the pieces he wants, but in that case, he didn't. So not set up for a Tetris at the moment. Would only be a triple, and we'll see how he decides to play this. Yeah, he's just going to burn this down all the way. But Meme, that has allowed Meme to basically get almost even, and actually with that Tetris is going to take the lead at the same line count. It's a very slight lead, and Meme's still playing on with this row 2 setup, and Noah back to a clean board, getting the Tetris. Nice adjustment there.
And you have to keep in mind, this was all off of a singular mistake that Noah made. He made no questionable moves after that, but without those pieces that are needed in those situations, he couldn't do anything. And now Meme has the lead, and Meme continues to grow this lead. Noah made, and it's like punishing that it's just one mistake, but on the other hand, in that same time, Meme made one less mistake and was able to capitalize.
Yeah, but Meme now had an extra hole on her board, and is burning it down. Let's see if he decides to just go down all the way, and yeah, she's just gonna get down to row 0. And as we're approaching the level 29 transition, Noah with that Tetris goes into 26 with 581. Meme 1 Tetris ahead in the lines and 55,000 ahead in the points. Both players are clean as we are rapidly approaching what could be the final level 29 transition.
Remember, this is match point for Noah Dangler. Meme is going to have to pull out a fantastic level 29. And if you were watching her warm-ups, like, she is more than capable of that. All the cards just need to play together. She needs to get into a rhythm, get into a flow, but this ROM and like playing against like this kind of player is just the worst possible situation for achieving that flow. 6 lines left for Noah. 9 lines make that 5 for Meme.
Yeah, it's looking like a slight lead is going to be on the cards here for Meme into 29. Meme has 1 more Tetris available, and she's set up for it, just waiting for this bar. We're running into a bit of a drought here. Okay, Meme just going to burn and gets the immediate Tetris at the transition. So 1 Tetris lead here at the start of 29 for Meme. Dangler is set up.
Yeah, and looks like she has found that rhythm, at least for now. Look at those. That was like 2-3 Tetrises, all right after the another. Lots of bars to support that, but now it looks like those bars have just come barely too late. Noah gets it right there.
Yeah, Noah back into the lead, but Meme takes it straight back. So another shootout here on 29 between the 2 players. Meme trying to reopen her Tetris well. So is Noah. Noah not getting the J piece, but is going to reopen as well nonetheless. Both players waiting for the long bar, using the same long bar for a Tetris.
And Noah's able to use that next one because he was, I think, just a little more efficient. So I don't know if Meme was forced into that situation, but that's how it ended up. And now he's in the lead because of it.
There's a Tetris back from Meme, back into the lead, but back into the lead is Noah.
They are trading these situations. One of them gets a Tetris, the other one gets, but then as a result of that, they're forced into a situation where they can't use the next bar, and then the other person is able to respond. This is the call and response with classic Tetris. We do not know who is going to win, but Noah is in the lead by a Tetris and change. Yeah, and no, it's less than that. It's basically tied. But Noah has the advantage, and Meme is not able to get 1 more Tetris.
And Meme now with some troubles on her board, and Noah can really finish off the game right now if he's able to stay efficient into level 39. Meme able to clean out of it as fast as possible and gets the Tetris. It's all she can do is try and be as efficient as possible.
And she's back into it. It could be decided by inputs at this point, but they are going to need to get Tetrises.
This is so close. This could go either way. Both players trading Tetrises.
Bar. No, but Meme gets a square at the wrong time, and Noah can get a Tetris. This might be it. There is no board. Noah needs these Tetrises to seal it. Meme can claw back, but it's so difficult at this stage. This could be the tournament. Noah tops out. Can Meme claw back? I don't think she can. 3 years in the making. Noah Dangler brings it home. It's coming home to Massachusetts, or maybe it's staying here.
Right on time.
Do we want to do interviews? All right, we're going to be getting interviews done in a second here, and then... How's it going?
That was kind of an insane match, to be honest. Like, I'm really feeling it. Like, even though I got beat like pretty badly, like that match, that was super hype.
Yeah, indeed. How are you feeling going into it? Did you have like a specific game plan going in? Did you feel like differently from any of the previous matches?
I think after the Scooty match, I really like got into the rhythm, and I'm just sort of like, I gotta survive. Obviously didn't work out this time, but the last game was pretty good. But like I sort of had the same mentality. Don't top out. Just play it as safely as I can. Try and like be as efficient as possible. And that's sort of that's sort of what I was trying to bring into it, and hopefully win. Didn't work out, but I think I tried my best.
I'm really fascinated by your decision to switch from trying to dash substantially on 19 to going full roll. I think you made the switch actually against Tugi, your co-commentator. And I'm wondering, like, I think you did that mid-match, perhaps? And I'm wondering if you could talk about the logic behind that and whether you maybe thought about going back to dash against Noah.
I think it was mostly that first game where I tried to dash on 19, but like I felt myself like sort of actually like slowing down and like losing a lot of pace, and seeing like Tuki sort of seeing you keep up the pace, like that sort of really like told me like maybe I should try and do some. Maybe I can like do sort of like the same thing, and I think. Well, for that match, I think it worked out. Sorry, Tuki. And also for Scooties. So like, it was mostly just sort of like seeing what other people are doing and like adapting to that. Cause like, I personally not very good at like strategizing. But if I could just figure out what other people are doing, that's the real trick. Secrets to NES Tetris. Just watch your opponent.
I mean, on that vein, I actually wanted to ask you like. I want to ask Dangler as well, but you as well. How is your preparation going into this tournament? Were you doing anything different? Were you maybe trying to like? Were you proficient with roll switching beforehand? Because I mean, obviously you were good enough with that. That if you got into a dig and you were playing DAS, that you were able to switch. So was there any special preparation for this tournament other than just doing your normal stuff?
Yeah. Actually. For a while, I've been pretty decent at roll switching. I remember I used to do like tap to roll, and I think I also tried a couple of years ago to do like there's this like challenge where you like switch between like all three playstyles after every Tetris, and so I think I was also practicing for that. But I think for the most part, like I think I just got lucky because my roll grip is just sort of like, it switches to and from DAS pretty well. So there wasn't a whole lot that I had to do. I did play a little bit on an earlier version of Exhaustion to try and get a feel for it, which I think it helped. It definitely helped a little. Like I knew what I was getting into going here, but I think that's basically about it.
I had a question and then I forgot it. No. Oh, okay. If you had like, I've been talking a lot about like the exhaustion and like the design of it, and how I've tried a lot to make it feel like both like balanced and fun for the players. So if you were to suggest anything that like could be changed in like a format for like a future iteration of this, what do you think? Anything that you think would be cool? Anything that you think you just like want to see? Just fun to try out?
That's a good question. I don't really have. I think it's kind of good. Like I kind of like how balanced it is. It feels really fair. Like you need to score Tetrises like in order to win, and I think that's like kind of an important like thing. So like I kind of like the challenge of that. I guess. I mean, I would like to see more of the the negative score tournaments. That's really fun. Like it was so fun watching like Scooty and Cole just sort of mess around. It was like that was really entertaining. So like I want to see that again.
Okay.
Oh wait, should I? Or
Yeah.
I'll just keep.
All right. I think we're gonna. Anything else you want to say to us, to the world?
Shout out to Huff, who Bidwell called my very good friend. So yeah, that's it. Shout out Huff.
All right. You heard it here, folks. Everyone say thank you, Huff.
Go Huff.
All right. Once again, give it up for the runner-up of Boston 3 Parity, meme of all time. All right, and if we could have up to the stage our grand champion, the 3 of all 3s, Noah Dangler.
Well, Dangler, congratulations once again. I want to start by asking you the same question I asked the meme because, you know, as we said many times, you're not really known as a DAS player, but despite that, in this format where it's supposed to encourage DAS, you were able to win anyways. I wanted to ask you, like, how did you feel going into this tournament? Obviously, your qualifier didn't go so well because of the DAS. So how did you feel going into it? Did you do any special preparation for it? Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really do any special prep. I figured, like, the fact that you can just roll whenever you want, I can kind of like cover my mistakes and the stuff that would make you even top out with DAS. I can kind of switch to roll for a bit and it wouldn't really cause a problem.
I mean, I just want to ask you specifically because, I mean, this was just my observation. Maybe you feel differently, but I felt like you were getting a lot more comfortable with DAS as the tournament was going on. Did you feel that yourself, or do you think it just worked out in the latter matches for you?
Yes, I definitely felt way more comfortable with DAS, and I was going for more like adjustments and kind of pushing the limits of what I could do with this DAS roll hybrid.
And then I just want to ask you more big picture kind of thing. If I'm not mistaken, this is now the second regional you've won like in quick succession. Obviously, you won the Northeast regional in like a very difficult semifinal and a very easy final. And you were able to get the victory here. But then maybe in the online matches, you know, I hope you don't take this as an offense, but of course, for the standards that you set yourself, maybe it's been a little bit difficult for you recently. But coming back here, like it looked like none of that had happened. You just looked absolutely pristine and at your peak once again. So do you feel that maybe it's just easier for you playing for regionals? Is it more motivation? Or why do you think you were able to play so well at a regional once again?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just a regional merchant, or maybe there's something else going on. I don't know. I mean, Northeast and this tournament, I probably won more matches than I have in the past. I don't even want to know how long online. But it's definitely been tough. You know, I've been a little bit busy, but getting back into it was definitely really fun. And I was excited to play in this tournament, and this format was like, I was like, this is super cool, and I want to do well in it. So I was definitely excited to practice for it.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, absolutely pristine performance. If Fractal has anything more to ask the champ, I can give the mic to him.
No, I think Tugi has too many good questions. I don't know. I'm just really happy to see you get this far. I had figured that you would. I had hoped early on that like you would have some really interesting ways to like approach the play style, and I think DAS roll hybrids is like interweaving that throughout to get more efficient, and seeing that go to great success is really interesting because I think it's one of the most interesting strategies, and I like seeing that won.
Yeah. Yeah, I also want to say like this format, I don't know if, obviously like the mechanics were intended, but the like emergent kind of complexity of it, and like there's some stuff I didn't even really think about when I was playing alone. Like I didn't really realize the chase down stuff where it's like you can't just line out, and you basically, one of the requirements for a chase down is having a clean board. And another thing I actually kind of really noticed this during the set with Meme is like points are almost stored like in the board. Like you could have a, I don't know, 50K down, but say you're 12 rows up, like that's an advantage.
Right.
And I think that's super interesting where like the leads, have such interesting interactions on level 19 especially, where it's like it'll look like it's flopping back and forth, but it's really not. Like the leads are kind of maintained. And
I
there's
think
just
this is
super
also the
interesting
case
stuff.
with like normal Tetris too, right? It's
Yeah, I guess normal Tetris is more like, it's more obvious because it's within the line count. But this is like, it's just different, and it's
Yeah.
super exciting.
For sure. I was wondering, were you trying to like roll like slower at all at any point, or are you just playing?
I was, during the first day I kind of was, and then today I kind of just forgot about it. It was like, whatever.
Yeah, it seems to be. All right, that's all I got. Anything else you want to say?
Oh wait. Sorry. I mentioned this during the final, but the one match that really fascinated me was you against Wallband, and he was just playing DAS all the way. Can you talk me through your feelings during that set? Just because obviously we didn't talk to you yesterday, and for me this was really the most fascinating match of the tournament. It just in that sense, because he was full DASing, you were almost full rolling. What were your thoughts as it was going on? Did you feel pressured by the fact that he was still playing very efficiently with DAS and having to come through that with the advantage of rolling, but then disadvantage of losing more points because of it?
Yeah, that was one of the most interesting matches, because I think all of my other opponents kind of had the same strategy as me, and I was confident that I could like outdo them with that strategy, but Wallband was like such a completely different strategy, and I knew that he really doesn't get into digs all that much. I feel like a lot of my other opponents, I'm like, okay, they're gonna get in at least one situation and I can take advantage. But Wallband, I was like, it's possible he just plays the whole set without getting into a dig, and that kind of thing is really scary. So I was definitely like, pre-level 29, I was like, this is tough. And it ended up being a crazy set, and I almost lost. So definitely the most exciting set.
Yeah, okay, then we can go back to the question that Fractal was asking, and I rudely interrupted him. Do you have any final shout-outs you'd like to give, any final statements from the champion of Boston?
I do have one thing I want to say to everyone. Put me back on the premier poll, please.
I think he's shown that he's been more than deserving. That's all we got for you guys. They give it up for our champion once again. And I think there's nothing left but to close it out. I guess I should get into frame for the, okay, hi. This year was particularly difficult to get organized together. It was the first year that I was not a student of, what are you doing? The first year I was not a student of the school that has graciously given us this venue. And I really want to shout out to one of our competitors in the silver bracket, Taper1729, for really stepping up and helping me organize the paperwork. Everyone say hi. Thank you. Woo! Like speaking, like being part of like a multiple clubs, which was actually important in like making sure that we could secure like the proper sponsorship for the room. And there were a lot of there was so much, way more complications than I had anticipated. I want to thank once again Zempro and Carbonic, the eternal crew of Boston T Parity, the magicians behind the magic. We continue to build on not just the formats, but the production, the sound design, the quality, just the volume of everything. And it's not necessarily something that like will be sustained forever, but I think it is certainly a sign that we are willing to try new things, that we are willing to push ourselves further, that we are willing to redefine what a Tetris tournament can be. I do not know if this can or will happen next year. There are too many factors. But what I do know is that I had such a great time. And as I've said, it's been so validating to see this project I've spent so much time just thinking about all come together and being totally happy with the results. How many people can say that with projects they've done? So, yeah, long live Tetris. Any last words, Yugi?
I want to say, yeah, thank you to Fractal for this amazing tournament. I came all the way from Austria. I came to America. I had to put myself through that. So you have to think to yourself, this is a really great tournament, and I really wanted to be a part of it. So thank you, Fractal, once again. Thank you to the crew. I don't really think it's appropriate for me to say the final words, so once again, Fractal, just sign us off, I guess.